All right, we're back with another podcast. We've returned this time on our usual Monday. And this will be a fun one because it's not all economics, because that's not the only thing we talk about here. Today we're talking about trans stuff. And that's not a minefield at all. We're gonna have a fun time. Right, Hominis?
Oh yeah, we're gonna have a great time. This is the thing that gets me banned every time I talk about it, but yeah, it'll be fun. It's fine.
Yeah, and so I asked you before the podcast started if you're familiar with Vaush, and you're like, yeah, unfortunately, which
unfortunately I am.
I think
am
anybody who is not familiar with Vaush, your life is great and wonderful, and you should keep it that way. But if you're already here, then fuck it. You know, you're in it. And Vaush, of course, takes the typical progressive, uber trans accommodating, if we want to use it that way, position. And the thing is, I'd never really considered myself like as an anti-trans person or like somebody who was against transgender people in any kind of way. When I first heard about the stuff, and I was like, okay, well, you know, guys want to be a woman, thinks they're feminine and likes to wear dresses and do all that stuff. Okay, sweet, whatever. Really give a shit. I really give a shit what most people do with their own lives, as long as it's not hurting anybody.
Exactly.
But then it started to like I don't know, there's certain things that started to happen, or certain like positions that started to pop up.
Like anything, yeah, like anything where activism becomes involved, it just tends to invite more and more extreme, I think, views into it. So it went from, and I have criticisms of the LGBTQ movement. I don't care if somebody's gay. It's literally the last thing I give a shit about. It's just like caring if somebody's, you know, black or Asian or whatever. It doesn't actually mean anything. I mean, you can have it be part of your identity, your culture. That's great. That's awesome. But like, to me, it doesn't cheapen a person or make them more valuable if they are or they're not. It doesn't matter. I'm interested in who they are and what their ideas are. But the actual movement is just going off the rails with both of them.
The only thing that I really have an issue, not even an issue with in terms of I'm against it. It's just I run into issues is with lesbians, because it's like, there's a hot chick, and then she's like, I'm a lesbian, and I'm like, fuck, like, damn it.
I mean, that's, yeah.
and then life moves on, okay? And like, I'm not gonna, you know, make my day about like trying to get with a lesbian. It's like, oh, okay, well, that's not gonna fly then. I guess that ship is not only sailed, but it's gone in a completely different direction that I can't go in. So that's where I run into issues, is that, you know, there's a bunch of chicks, there's a bunch of hot lesbian chicks. And, you know, I wish that, and the thing is, it's like, it's not even if they were straight, that they would, like, there's a bunch of straight girls out there, and not very many of them are with me, right? So it's just sort of a silly fucking thing, right? But okay, but like, the jokes aside, like, that's where we really are not the type of people who, like, you know, in 2006 or 2007 were like, there's the evil gay agenda out to get us, and we need to oppose them at any cost. And
absolutely not. I mean, I remember, and you know what's interesting? I was born in 1990. I remember DOMA and stuff, and like this whole, you know, Republicans have become the party of bigotry against the LGBTQ is just funny to me, because I remember when, you know, Bill fucking Clinton was on stage, you know, adamantly declaring that marriage was between a man and a woman, and that, you know, gay marriage would never be legalized, and all this other stuff.
Clinton,
and, you know,
Barack Obama,
everybody knows.
Hillary Clinton,
yeah, exactly.
Like that's the one I love. It's like Clinton.
He's a huge Republican, right? He's a Republican. Everybody knows that Clinton's a Republican. That's what he's known for. I mean,
yeah, it's just, well, that's the funny thing about like libertarians and anti-state and anarchists and these types of people. It's like, we've been telling you for forever that Republicans and Democrats are just two sides of the same coin. They have a couple of like minor differences here or there, but so far as like the state is concerned and its involvement in your life and these kinds of
They're all
things,
authoritarians.
they
Every single one of them.
they all have the same set of base assumptions that allow them to expand the scope of government, to encroach on your life, to be in your bedroom, to be in your fucking bank account, to be in the doctor's office. This is all, you know, spearheaded by politicians, by the state. Those, like, sure, there can be some anarchists or libertarians who are bigoted. I'm not gonna say there's not, right? There's tons of those, but they also want you to have your own fucking life and to leave them to their own life. As long as you do that, then you're.
I mean,
they
besides
don't...
the
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, besides the obvious immediate danger, you know, you have somebody who is a like a homophobe, right? And they attack you, you can just fucking kill them. But you're talking about somebody who is a homophobe, who is, for example, a member of law enforcement. Now you've given that person power over you, you know, via the state.
Yeah,
and you could say, oh well, they'll, you know, they try to do anything, they'll get prosecuted. But we all know that that's not always the case. So now you're, you know, literally having people in positions of power over you, who can do whatever the fuck they want. And okay, maybe he's not homophobic. Maybe he's I don't know. I mean, literally pick anything that you feel is like a bad position for a person to hold. You would not want somebody in a political position or like law enforcement position to hold power over you who thinks that you're, you know, subhuman. Well, if there were no positions of power for them to fill, that wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, exactly. And so centralizing power just gives it's like a fulcrum point for anybody to leverage any of their personal, like, pet bigotries, you know, into a greater degree of exploitation, a greater degree of abuse, or whatever you want to call it. They use that centralization and launch off of it in order to do what they want, and it becomes very difficult to call them out, to hold them accountable, any of that shit, because there's a bunch of special rules for law enforcement, for politicians.
Yeah, that don't apply to you or me.
Or the corporately connected. And they play by different rules. And this is why, like, you'll see this mask fucking completely slip off sometimes when you get like a person in a position of power at the police who gets pulled over for like drunk driving, and there's no way that they're not drunk, right? You know, like, there's absolutely, just hands down, in the face of all fucking evidence, they are drunk. And the cop,
like Chuck Schumer.
Yeah, but like, so I've seen some of these where like the cop is like, he will pull them over, he will give them the breastplate, he'll give them the DUI, all that, but the entire time he's like, listen, I'm sorry, I have to do this. This is by the book. It's on a fucking dash cam, or what is it? Body cam. I cannot make another decision at this point. And the dude is like livid. You know, he's like, how, you know, you're in a blah, 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 this and that. Like, he's absolutely furious that he's getting held to account in the same way that a normal citizen would. And the cop is like, I don't want to do this to you right now, but I have to because I'm already on body cam. I've already logged it in on my radio. Everything is already, like, it's, the cat's out of the bag. Therefore, I have to carry this out. But like, the implication of that whole line, that whole, you know, manner of dealing with it is that if it could have been swept under the rug, if there was no evidence to hold them to account, then they would sweep it under the rug.
They absolutely would. I mean, how many times do you think it happens that people don't get caught? I mean, that's just
the
one time
yeah, exactly.
they happen to get caught. Yeah.
So that's just the nature of a state power.
I do think it's ironic that you know, you have this a concept that that the left likes to kick around a lot, is like privilege. You know, you have white privilege, you have straight privilege, blah blah blah, but they don't seem to acknowledge that giving somebody that level of authority is like the ultimate
government
I mean,
privilege.
you
Yeah,
want to talk about a
state
privilege? You want
privilege.
to talk about a privileged class of society? Let's talk about like fucking politicians and cops and three-letter agency, you know, agents. Like
Yeah,
that's a fucking privileged position.
hands down.
Clearly. I mean, like, Chuck Schumer, yeah, he got pulled. Not Chuck Schumer, god damn it. Nancy Pelosi's husband,
Yeah,
got pulled over drunk as a skunk, and they didn't even try to hide it. They literally just said they're not going to prosecute him. Like they're not going to seek charges.
yeah,
They
and
didn't say he wasn't
this is a
guilty.
crime that the entire country knows that he committed.
Like everyone. I mean,
Yeah.
they're both just total drunks, so it's not a surprise. But the fact that they're not even going to seek any sort of charges just kind of lays out how even the justice system is completely in favor of political power, not actual justice. So
Yeah, no,
they didn't ask whether or not he was white. He's a damn politician, or well, no, he's not a politician. His wife is. So
But he's connected. He's part of the club. Here, let me move us over to
Exactly.
the other
Big
channel
club.
real quick. View my screen. Okay. Cool. Yeah. So yeah, today, so we're gonna look at the whole trans thing, and Vaush, his debate discussion or whatever with Dr. Debra Soh, who a couple years ago, I think at this point, wrote a book in 2020, yeah, called The End of Gender, debunking the myths about sex and identity in our society. And it's supposedly a kind of like a objective and science-based look at the whole trans movement. A lot of the stuff that they talk about, like gender neutral
no longer a
parenting.
popular way to look at that. Let me tell you, boy.
No, not at all, because it's like a lot of activist circles, like a lot of activist causes. The emotive power tends to take precedent over the actual factual facts of the matter, or the facts of the case.
I think it's also like anything. You have to be careful with just like activism in general. For the same reason that you have to be careful with. I mean, I guess it's a good parallel for like positions of power. They will. Once one issue is solved, right? Now there's no reason for that position to exist. They have to come up with a new, crusade, more or less, right? So now you've moved on to another issue, and you moved on to another, and you're gonna obviously approach the more easily acceptable, moderate positions first, and then you're going to start moving into more and more extreme territory as you run out of things to advocate for. And eventually, you look up and you're a long way from shore. All of a sudden, you're talking about making 3-year-olds transgender. Instead of just, I wish people would accept my identity, you're talking about giving children who don't even know what identity is, medical procedures,
Yeah, exactly. And have you checked out what is it? What is a Woman by Matt Walsh? That documentary that came out.
I haven't. I need to watch it. I've heard a lot about it.
Yeah,
I've
seen like people watching it and giving their opinions of it, and there was this one like reaction channel who they reacted to the whole video or the whole movie, but they obviously didn't put the entire movie in their video. They kind of just picked little different snippets of it, but they went through the entire thing and chose like clips from the whole breadth of it. And so I kind of got a gist of what the entirety is about without necessarily watching the whole thing. One thing is I don't really feel like subscribing to the Daily Wire, their premium shit. Yeah. And that's the only way to get it right now. I think you can buy it just by itself too, which I may do at some point. And it seems like it's okay. There's obviously a lot of gender ideologues that he interviews, he tends to try to give them a fair shot and ask them legitimate questions. And it doesn't seem to be anything like deceptive about what he's doing, even if like I don't necessarily take his like, you know, conservative Christian like starting point as a person or whatever. But yeah, he tends to do a decent job of at least you know, bringing these people forward who are supposed experts and supposed authorities in the field, and just asking them the questions that you, without dancing around all of it, you know. And there's I hate this this trend now of people saying that they're expressing their truth, or that there's, you know, they have their truth, and
oh god, yeah,
completely subjectivizing just objective reality, right? Subjectivizing reality itself, which, you know, we are subjects and we interpret reality, but that doesn't mean that there isn't a reality there that we're interpreting.
There is an objective, like, yeah, there's an objective truth to, you know, a situation, and then there are, you know, the different perspectives, but the way a person perceives something happening does not necessarily affect the actual, you know, event.
Yeah, so it's,
you know, you might get 3 or 4 different opinions on how something happened, but what actually happened, there's an objective truth to it.
Definitely. I mean, I would love to love these people who talk about their truth and their this and their truth that, to watch the movie Rashomon, or even what was the later one, Basic. That was also a somewhat decent one. So Rashomon was like a samurai movie made by Akira Kurosawa, I think in the 60s. I forget exactly when. He's got like decades and decades of film career, so I forget exactly when this one was done. But it was basically, there was a murder or like a robbery in like on a road somewhere. It was like it's rural Japan during like the samurai times, and there was a crime. I think it was either a robbery or a murder. And then there's this dude who's like interviewing the witnesses and interviewing people on how it occurred, and everybody's got a different story for what happened. And so he's trying to figure out what exactly was the truth of it.
That's cool.
And Basic was one that came out, I think, when I was in high school, or maybe a little bit after that. So like in the mid, you know, double aughts time. That was actually John Travolta and a couple of other people, and same idea, but it was like this military, like special ops, like dudes who were like on a training mission or some shit, and some people, like there was like friendly fire or some shit, people died, and then the
yeah, sorry. I know exactly what movie you're talking about. I've seen it. Yep. I was trying to remember. I was thinking like, all right, what was the plot to this? Because you said John Travolta, and you said the actual name of the movie, and I was like, wait a minute, I think I've seen this before. I know exactly what movie you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. And so that was the same sort of deal where people were giving their own story about what happened, and everybody was disagreeing with each other. And turns out some people lie. And what a surprise!
What? People lie? No.
So with all that roundabout intro, we'll, I guess, get onto the actual debate video and see how they get on. See how Vaush does against a woman with a doctorate in the relevant field.
Super good. I bet he does great.
You got this, Vaush. We believe in you.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing wonderfully. How about you? Why isn't my camera on?
Good, thank you.
Oh, because I don't have my camera on. There we go. Hold on. Knew there had to be a reason.
There we go.
There we go. Hello.
Hello.
It is a pleasure to be speaking with you. Thank you for taking the time.
Of course. Very happy to get to meet you as well. Just getting things set up here.
I love a communist with a color changing light strip. Now you know they're really dedicated to the cause.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So my goal in having you on is that. So very happy. Okay. So yeah, I really appreciate you reaching out. Do you have any questions before we start?
No, not at all. I think I get the premise.
Okay. All right. So I want to start by thanking you for coming on my podcast. Whenever I see someone who disagrees with me publicly, I usually will reach out to them and invite them on, but very few people ever take me up on that. So very happy to get the chance to speak with you. So for people listening, I put out a tweet saying if someone is critical of my work, I invite them to come on my podcast to debate and discuss. And Vaush tweeted, I would be absolutely delighted to come on and discuss your work. So here we are. I know you are a big fan of mine. You posted a video on your YouTube channel titled Transphobe Debunks Herself on the Joe Rogan Experience in response to one of my appearances on Joe's podcast. So my goal in having you on is to hopefully build.
I almost considered us pulling up that video for context, but it's like half an hour long and I don't want to listen to another half hour of Vaush fucking ranting about shit.
Yeah.
Because it's just him and he's watching, the Joe Rogan video and he's talking about it. So it's just like, dude, the way that this guy like will interrupt videos when he's watching them and then like arrogantly like talk about like some flaw that he's seen in whatever they just said, and it's either elaborated, it's either a thought that takes more than one sentence to elaborate and he just hasn't given it the chance in order to do so, or
Right.
He's missing a particular piece of information or context that it would be very obvious or would make how ignorant he's being very obvious. It's super frustrating to watch just Vaush and his stream without
I don't know
anybody
how
else.
the hell people do
People
it.
do it
Like,
for
I don't know
hours.
I don't know how people watch that guy. Like, I've seen some of the arguments that he's made and some of the shit he's talked about, and I don't understand how anybody takes him seriously.
It's
But,
quite a it's
I mean,
the thing is that he's a man who does not feel shame, and so he's completely comfortable arguing these ludicrous, like, pedantic positions where it's like he's only hanging on by like his fingertips on a position, on like a word or on a particular interpretation of a word, or these very, very tenuous like grasps of an argument, and he'll latch onto it and he'll hang on where a lot of people would have let that one go. Like, okay, you got me here, I don't actually know what I'm talking about, but nah, he'll
yeah,
drive forward full steam ahead.
he chooses some
Fucking
extremely stupid fucking hills to die on.
ignorance be damned, he does not give a fuck. And he's arrogant about it too, which is the amazing thing. On top of that, it's not only does he do this shit, but he's arrogant about like his intelligence versus like his ability to interact with others.
He legitimately thinks that he's like winning some of these, and I'm just like, man, I don't understand how.
Which I can understand why he thinks he's hot shit, because of the fact that he's got tens of thousands of viewers and people give him money. Like, he does this for a living. That is his job.
I can't believe people give him money. God damn. I mean, good lord. If anything, the fact that people pay him to do this stupid shit is extremely funny, considering his views on like capitalism.
Oh yeah. Oh, when he gets called out, or when I remember when Hassan Piker bought his fucking mansion, and Hassan was getting called out, and he was trying to defend Hassan about it, and it was amazing to watch these guys like try to twist themselves up into knots over
They always do.
How a communist isn't exploiting people by buying a mansion, but like a business owner who has 2 employees is exploiting those people. And it's like, motherfucker, who, like, you hired people. It's like, you're not an employer per se, but you employed people to do things for you and you profited off of them, and you can't get around that. That's what you do.
Is that not exploitation?
That's according to the labor theory of value, it is. And yeah, like now after you've seen like the whole Austrian basis for like value and money and markets that way, more than like 99% of these motherfucking like online commies.
God.
build some bridges. I do think the culture war is especially polarized right now. And I think, especially on the issue of gender, and I think sometimes a face-to-face conversation can really help to build some understanding. So I thought we'd go through a list of topics that we potentially disagree on. And if you feel I've missed anything, I'll leave some time at the end so you can bring those up.
Absolutely. And thank you very much for having me on. I really appreciate it. I have a bit of a hay fever at the moment, unfortunately, because of the spring. I'll try to keep my audio clear, muting if I ever have to clear my throat, just letting you know.
Okay. No worries. I have the same thing. I'm a little bit flushed right now. So if anyone watching is wondering why, that's why. I feel your pain. So first thing, is gender a social construct?
Yes, absolutely.
And what is your evidence for that?
Well, if we acknowledge that sex and gender are distinct categories, which of course, we invent the words, we can decide their meanings if we choose to, with sex being a biological distinction, highly bimodal, of course, with distributions ranging strongly towards male or female with some intersex people, and gender as a collection of social rules and expectations associated with sex. I think that the social construction becomes clear when we attempt to discreetly categorize these distinctions, very much like race, which is broadly accepted to be a social construct.
See, what's your take on this whole gender as a social construct idea?
I mean, in terms of, all right, so this is the way I see it. This is the way I understand it. For a long time, depending on, well, I guess what biology books you were reading, they were the exact same. Gender and sex were used pretty interchangeably.
Yes,
for a long time.
That's how I understood it too. That originally
Both
there
to
wasn't
colloquially,
really a
I mean,
difference.
right, the same thing, and there really wasn't. Now, when people started making a distinction between the two, is when they started claiming that gender was a social construct. I agree, but probably not the way that they mean it, in that gender is not real at all, and that biological sex is. It's real. We know it's real. We
Yeah, I
can
don't.
categorize it. There's science behind it, but there's no science. There's no real science behind gender.
That's one thing that I really didn't understand too well in terms of what the justification was for thinking of it that way. Like when he's talking about, it's like, oh yeah, we just make up the definitions of things. So we've made sex the thing that's the biological thing, and gender the thing that's the social construct thing. Now,
Right, but that's assuming that there wasn't a definition for gender before it was changed, which now he's arguing that, well, we can just use words however we want, and therefore the meaning is completely fluid. We can just kind of decide how, what things mean, which, is sort of how language works. Yeah, I guess you could fall back on the all words are made up. But you can't
but all
bullshit
words,
that
but
people
not all words
colloquially
are
yeah.
abstract. Not all words are abstract though. Like some
No,
words
they're absolutely not. Yeah.
are references to things that we objectively observe, and
Right.
they're descriptions of those things and reference to those
Exactly.
things or whatever. And so
And-
yeah, that was the thing about like gender being like I know that what we would call gender roles are socially constructed somewhat.
Right.
There's even biological, evolutionary, and biological reasons for a lot of the gender roles that we have taken on. Right, this whole idea that women are weak, or at least physically, is one. It's somewhat true, obviously, that men on average have more dense bones and more muscle mass, and they're able to gain muscle faster and easier than females are. And obviously, whenever a woman gets pregnant, she's far more vulnerable than after a man, gives his seed, 9 months later or whatever. So this idea that, women during pregnancy and during child rearing needed to stay home and be homemakers and still work in a certain capacity because obviously there was much more work to be done to maintain a household prior to like the 1940s than afterwards. And so being a stay-at-home mother and being a homemaker was this full-time job and full-time responsibility. And the idea that they were not in the role to, you know, go out and be the hunter or be the one to go to war in defense of their tribe. You know, this happened, you know, it was objectively because, you know, a woman who has kids is physically more vulnerable, and also it's for the kids' interest to have a parent whose express interest it is to take care of them and to make sure that they grow up, because unlike a lot of other kids of different animal species, kids are very vulnerable for many years after they're born, need to be taken care of.
Human development is slow and steady. Slow and steady, you know.
So roles, you know, developed as a matter of being able to efficiently allocate the needs of a society, of a household, of a tribe, or all these things.
But what's interesting about those roles is I mean, we hear stories about it all the time. We acknowledge them. We haven't put them in the same perspective that I think a lot of people are trying to put them in now. There were plenty of people who stepped outside of their traditional allowed roles, and we acknowledged them as still men or women, because simply stepping out of a role that you are given by society does not automatically make you the opposite sex.
Yeah, and well, so there's another thing to consider too is Vaush's left-wing ideological origins, because he's using some words that are layman's words, but they're also dog whistles for leftist ideologues. The socially constructed, right? That phrase, this is socially constructed, is not only just referencing the word a construct based on our social interactions. It's also a reference to the idea or the teachings of social constructionism. That's an actual, like, you know, academic discipline or an academic field that talks about how we look at objective reality, and that our reality is not comprised of objective reality. It's comprised of social constructions of our interpretation of that reality. And they try to posit that science as we know it today is not a study of objective reality or a study of you know, that sort of thing, but more it is irreparably influenced by the white male, you know, fucking standpoint by which most of the scientists, you know, stood from when they, you know, carried out their experiments and when they scienced it all up. That's another thing that you'll hear sometimes is the standpoint. It's called standpoint theory, is another wing of that whole social constructionist area. And yeah, so there's ideological dog whistles and underpinnings already being thrown out in the words that he's used.
No one denies that there are biological elements to race. White people have, of course, lighter skin on average than black people. It's been known to happen. But where we draw those lines, you know, well, do we separate North and South Africans? You know, is the Mediterranean a distinct racial category? That's a social thing. Likewise, for the longest time, we've decided there are two genders here in the West, you know, social categories distinguished exclusively by sex. But of course, there are other cultures where that's simply not the case. There have been cultures where there are third genders, or
I swear to God, if he brings up Two-Spirit, I'm going to lose my fucking mind.
With more than 1 billion people in that country, I'd say their perspective is worth something.
He's referencing that.
It's not informed by biology, only that it's not solely determined by it. There is a social construction there.
So right, what's interesting
I agree with you in that
about that specific thing that he's bringing up that I see get brought up a lot. It's a very, very common argument. What they almost never mention about those third genders that these cultures have is that most of the time they are not, oh, you're just like a third gender between male and female. It's usually a guy who does not fit into the traditional role, like he's too fucking weak to go out and hunt or to go out and provide, so he gets stuck with all the jobs that they normally give the women. It is not supposed to be like, oh, you're like a third gender. It's, well, you're fucking useless as a man, so we're gonna make you cook.
It's basically the tribal version of calling them the gay F word.
It is.
That's all it is. It's like, yo,
And
this guy's a big F, and so he's not a real man.
yeah, exactly. It's not like a, oh, well, you're something else and we're acknowledging your identity. It's literally forced upon them because they are not accepted. So that's highly ironic to me.
You always see that sort of stuff thrown around. And the degree to which he would argue that race is a social contract is just fascinating to me as well, because we can pull people up, you know, that are thousands of years old and tell what gender, what sex they are, and what race they are. This is, you know, stuff that we can tell from people's bones.
There's a lot of biological components to race. It's okay to acknowledge it. You're not saying that somebody is inferior, but there's whole diseases that only affect people of certain races. It's genetics.
Also, I mean, you're going to expect that the average performance in certain things, in whatever metric, any metric that you pick, to compare two groups of people, they're not going to be equal in those respects. And so when you say that, like, oh, you know, black people have higher rates of violent criminalization in the United States than the white people do, or, you know, they have higher rates of you know, unemployment or one-parent households, any of these kinds of things, there is no reason to think that they would ever be equal. You know, there's no reason. Like, there's one example that was used in and I think Thomas Sowell, what the heck was Discrimination and Disparities, which is a great book. He talks about in some of the early chapters how there's performance differences between reliably predictable and repeatable performance disparities between siblings that are in the same household. And what he means by like repeatable and like predictable is that it repeatedly happens, like that the firstborn has higher performance metrics than the secondborn and the thirdborn and so on down the line, and that they have like a higher, you know, like fucking scores in school, and like higher income attainment, less likely to you know, be you know, caught up in crime and gangs and drugs and things like that. And so, like, the further down the line in order of birth that you go, the more, you know, people are, I guess, doing worse in life. But, you know, to not like a huge degree or whatever, but it's just a noticeable, statistically significant difference. And how exactly could you argue that, like, you know, the younger sibling is like exploited or you know, at a disadvantage in terms of privilege compared to the firstborn, when they literally have the same parents and the same household? Like, if anything, the parents would be, you know, more wealthy or more, you know, well off further down the line once they have been working for longer, unless there's, you know, some financial issues. But this is why they do it, you know, on a statistical basis, right? Not just on a case by case basis. And so, yeah, it's just a very interesting that there's disparity, there's statistical, it's the whole premise of the book, Discrimination and Disparities, is to point out the fact that you can find disparities in the world and you can find reasons other than discrimination to explain them. And so, yeah, this whole, you know, idea that like that the racial differences in terms of like criminality or in terms of poverty or in terms of any of these other things isn't necessarily a sign of discrimination that they face on like a systemic basis, is just you know, connecting dots that don't have a connection.
I don't think gender is entirely biological, but I would say biology plays a larger role than or the socially constructed aspect of it. And I think those of us who argue in favor of biological explanation, sometimes people will take that to mean that we don't think society plays any role at all. And in my case, I definitely say that's not true. My perspective in saying that biology plays a role is it does go back to the prenatal environment. Actually, let me start by saying I do agree with you that sex and gender are different things. I don't think they're necessarily the same. I do think they're linked for most people, but they're not necessarily the same. So obviously with transgender people, their sex and their gender are not the same. But for the vast majority of us, over 99% of us, that is the case. So I want to clarify that. But in terms of the biological aspect, in terms of what is considered masculine or feminine in society may be socially constructed or socially imposed, but whether someone gravitates to what's considered masculine or feminine is dictated by biology in terms of the prenatal environment and in terms of testosterone exposure, right?
I definitely think there's a truth to that.
Agree with that? Okay.
Certainly.
Have you ever heard of that the testosterone flood in pregnancy? That is like very influential in dictating how people turn out temperamentally, like whether masculine or feminine when they're born.
No.
There was an MRA. I think he was some psychology guy. I forget, he was a psychologist. So it was some MRA who talked about it a lot a while back, but he talked about, so basically there's two like rushes of testosterone that men get throughout their lives, and one of them is during puberty, and one of them is during pregnancy itself. And it's possible for women to receive this testosterone flood, which is generally how you get tomboys and butch lesbians and these kind of like masculine women. And so I think this is what she's referencing, is that prenatally there is a time period where you can receive a testosterone flood as part of like the prenatal development, and that this will affect temperamentally how people are in terms of like masculine or feminine disposition. And that she argues that this is much more the cause of how people are temperamentally than the social rules about, oh, you're a woman, therefore you got to be girly. And then women going, I guess I got to be girly because, you know, they tell me I have to be. Like, it's not really, girly girls tend to just like girly things. They just tend to be girly. Because they didn't receive the testosterone flood.
That makes way more sense to me than every single person on Earth is bullied into these gender roles by people being judgy, especially now. Like,
which just makes me wonder. It's like, well, why didn't that work in like, you know, with all these gay people in like very exploitative situations in like Africa or the Middle East or places that are intolerant of gay people, like outright?
Yeah.
Like, how did the social pressure, the social construction, not you know, hammer them into place? If it was so influential, if it was so dictated,
yeah, no, exactly.
If it really did dictate our norms so much, then why is it that even in places with the most extremely like violent responses to any social difference, why would gay people even exist there? Why would feminine men even exist there?
Yeah, wouldn't the social environment kind of just eliminate that eventually?
Exactly. Yeah. Wouldn't it whittle it down and do away with it? That's what I've always thought.
Though what is masculine and feminine, of course, can vary massively culture to culture. You know, like in imperial China, there was a practice of women binding their feet to make them all small. And, you know, I can understand from a biological perspective how a fetishization of petiteness in women could be a kind of recurring theme throughout different cultures. But suffice to say, I don't think that's a recurring trend we see nowadays, say, for example, in, you know, modern LA, you know, the practice of feet binding, making people look more feminine. I hope not. It was pretty unhealthy back then.
It was also to keep them from running away,
maybe
actually.
you know, God knows these days. But so
the practice of foot binding was very much it was a two-pronged thing. Yeah, it was for aesthetic reasons, and it had like a lot of sexual connotations. A lot of weird old practices had a lot of really weird sexual connotations in different Asian cultures. I don't know why. Didn't get super like into studying that kind of stuff. I just read about it. Occasionally I'd come across little blurbs about it and stuff like that. But the foot binding thing was also a double-edged sword in that it was keeping these women from running away or going very far without the assistance or purview of a man.
Yeah.
So, you know, Sure, it probably had something to do with, like, I mean, it had a lot to do with, the fetishization of petiteness, quote unquote, but it also had a really fucked up, like, it was to physically hobble them.
Yeah, it was a practical you know, way to ensure enslavement.
Yeah, it was horrible. Yeah.
Hormone washes that you undergo in vitro, I think affect significantly what your preferences in life are going to be on later. But a lot of that feeds into a sort of cultural preconception of what it means to be a woman or a man, both in a social and in a biological sense. And I think that people feed into that. It turns into a kind of feedback loop where, you go back 1,000 years and people were doing wild stuff to demonstrate their masculinity or their femininity, like they wanted to. It felt like it was like a drive. But nowadays we've no such desire. And I think we construct the
Don't we, though?
categories that we're sort of driven to walk within to an extent. And that's, in a sense, I think it recurs a little bit.
So when you say that, do you mean maybe society pushes people to veer off to in one direction or the other?
Yeah, I think so. What a masculine man is today, I mean, I don't know, think Vin Diesel. I think many kinds of masculine men, but just think Vin Diesel, right? Vin Diesel as an archetype wasn't around in ancient Greece, but men were, and testosterone was. I think that today there are men with a strong biological predisposition towards achieving something. And when they want that something, they look at media and they say, oh, well, Vin Diesel's a guy I can look at. That's an archetype worth pursuing. That option wasn't available back 2,500 years ago. So maybe there are different avenues. They would look at the legends of Achilles. I'm not a great scholar of the classics, but I think to an extent, and maybe the masculinity, the underlying testosterone, the hormone washes, they drive both of those things. But obviously, we play a huge hand in determining where that road goes.
Right. I do think it's important that
people... I think this also response by Vaush is much more middle of the road and much more charitable and kind of acknowledging both sides of it, far more than he would have done had he been alone with his audience. I think.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
I think the degree to which he would have been downplaying the biological aspect and the hormonal aspect would have been far greater if he didn't have a person with a doctorate in sex research right in front of him.
Yeah. No, I also believe that would be the case.
People have that ability to choose. I definitely, by arguing for or talking about biological explanations for gender, I'm definitely not saying that men and women should be held to stereotypical roles. So I think you mentioned in your video about how I have a PhD in neuroscience, and that is a male typical discipline. And I'm definitely not saying I think women should be in the kitchen having babies and not being allowed to have a vocation at all. I just think it's important for us to be able to talk about the reasons why there are these sex differences. On average, again, that doesn't say anything about any individual person, because my goal with anything I do in my work as a journalist is to just try to provide people with information and let people decide what they want to do with it. But my concern is when I feel that information is being hidden from people, because I think that can sometimes work against people and in terms of their ability to make informed choices. So your point about... Pardon?
Oh no, I was saying, of course. Okay. Since that video that I watched some time ago, I've taken the time to read up on quite a bit more of your work to gain a broader understanding of your perspective. Though, of course, the Joe Rogan appearance is quite a publicity boost, so that was the first time I saw you.
Right. Well, I appreciate that. So your point about race, I'm curious to understand, because I'm sure people in my audience, when they hear race is a social construct, they'll say, what? And so that was initially my first reaction as well. But I'm curious to hear. So when you say, I agree with you in terms of how we differentiate among the races, to some extent that classification is a little bit arbitrary, but are there not some biological correlates, say with medical predisposition differences that do link to biology?
Of course. I think a good example would be sickle cell anemia for West Africans, I believe. There are definitely some dispositions, though a lot of them are more cultural than people might think. For example, the lactose intolerance difference between Western Europeans versus like Southeast Asians, I think, can be attributed,
Right.
at least in large part, to the availability of and cultural predisposition to lactose products over the centuries and the gut bacteria we build up. When biologists study what we call colloquially race, they talk about clines, hundreds of discrete uh, genealogical spectrums that range geographically across the globe, and what we talk about when we say race, in a broader sense, really is just determined by skin color and maybe a couple of facial features that people's eyes tend to draw to, because that's what we can see, we can identify. But those are actually really bad markers for genetic differentiation. So if you were really studying in depth how humans are constructed, it's mostly geographic. You take somebody from one part of the world, move them to the other. In a couple hundred years, their children are going to be much more genetically similar to the people of that environment. Just as a product of a ton of factors, related to culture and environment and temperature and what have you. And it's so infinitely complicated. We see so little of it. And I feel in a way gender is kind of similar. We have these social constructions, but there are many different types of men, right? I grew up in right next to West Hollywood, which is a thriving gay community. And
Hooray.
His like explanation for like, I don't know, the social construction of race is just, it seems like it's has a lot of gaps in it.
It has a huge amount of gaps in it.
Because, for example, like the physical manifestations of racial differences in terms of like vulnerability to diseases, that kind of stuff. It's the lactose intolerance thing. It's how to address it. It's
his explanation is not sufficient in any way. If you consider, he's saying, "Oh, it's got to do with gut bacteria." Okay, well, what the fuck does that have to do with sickle cell anemia? Like we have.
no, what he was talking about lactose intolerance.
Well, no, right, but
in
I'm
that
saying,
one.
how does that translate to like
To like
sickle
the
cell anemia as an example? Your
Yeah.
genetics are what determine that, not your gut bacteria. So how does that culturally affect whether or not? I mean, I'm sure that people who were getting sickle cell anemia were not more attractive socially. I mean, what's his explanation there? Like, he has a convenient explanation
he
that
like
doesn't
alludes
translate anywhere else.
he alludes to geography and the like the physical pressures that people experience, and that's how they're shaped like biologically. But then that really doesn't lend credence to the idea that it's a social construction. Like it is affected by environment, but not so much like human interaction environment, more so human interacting with nature and the natural pressures of an environment. And so I think it speaks.
I mean, why does it have to be exclusive? Like, his explanation only functions if it's like, this is the only thing that's shaping people's, predispositions and genetic, being sickle cell anemia, stuff like that. Like, it could very easily be a little bit above.
Yeah, this idea also that like it's the driving factor, right? It is the operative.
It's the driving factor is his argument from what I'm getting here, and it seems like, well, no, it might be a minor factor. I would buy that. It probably has, definitely got some kind of influence, but I don't buy it as being like a huge influential driving factor. I don't.
Yeah, and his reference to like the way that human behavior, human outcomes change in response to changes in natural pressures, in terms of natural environment and all that. I think that lends more so to the biologically based argument and evolutionary based argument than
It does.
than social constructionism. So yeah, it seems like he's like trying to make the case for race being more socially constructed, but he's really just making the case for like human and like the nurture, but not from the social side, but from the natural side.
Right. And when you're near gay communities, you notice there's I wouldn't call it a binary, but there's definitely a strong divide between some of the more masculine and some of the more feminine men. And the whole dating rituals that go along with it. I'm into men, so it's, to a degree of participated in this. And it's not at all difficult to imagine a society in which that could have been categorized as a third gender. You have masculine men or tops or what have you. They're categorized in one direction. Then you have the other, more bottomy feminine men, and people would have been a gender trinary. And people would have found ways to get angry about that.
Come on, Vaush, say the F word.
But we construct a lot of this stuff. I encourage people to be, I suppose, open-minded. The idea that things could have been different.
Right. And so your point about third gender cultures like in India, the Hijra, in my book, The End of Gender, I talk about the Fa'afafine, which are third gender culture in Samoa. So in terms of, I'm trying to follow how this leads to gender being socially constructed, just basically where we differentiate between what's a man versus someone who's in between male and female versus what's female. Is that what you mean by it's socially, like the third genders lead to that conclusion to you?
Well, because you could decide to draw these lines anywhere, even if you were to presume that gender has to be something associated with roles constructed by sex, to an extent, or like how people relate socially to their sex. If people relate to their sex in different ways, a la, bottoms and tops in the gay community, you can make a strong argument that these are fundamentally different gender roles. A strong one, socially, the line between gay bottoms and gay tops, I think, is actually a pretty strong and recurring one culturally in a lot of places. In the pre-colonial, I think, Philippines, there was a social role. I think it was accepted as a kind of third gender where more feminine, men or born as males, whatever term you want to use, were sort of socially integrated into the role of women. That's actually, I think, a third gender in a good number of cultures where you have men who take on the role of women. And that's a very broad, thing there. But
it's not a third gender. It's just
and we could do that. And to do that, to make that.
Yeah, it's like, but like the men of that society don't get married to those dudes.
No, and like they're also not. Those again are not roles that they are taking on willingly. Those are people that just don't fit into a binary, and then because they don't fit into this rigid box of, and this is also highly ironic to me, the way that this works, because they don't fit into the rigid definition of how a man or a woman functions, they're assigned a third gender. Instead of just saying, well, not every goddamn dude is going to fit into this rigid box. It doesn't make them not a man. It makes them a person. It makes them a unique individual who has been, even if you want to make the social argument, who has been shaped different than other people socially, because individually we do experience different things, even if we live in the same social environment. You're still not. It just makes them another, a person. It doesn't make them a whole nother gender all of a sudden just because they don't fit into a specific role. I mean, it doesn't. It's wild. They talk about, the gender roles are these restrictive boxes that everybody has to fit in, and I'm like, well, why? I mean, you're kind of enforcing that by determining that anybody who doesn't do X, Y, Z is not even a man.
Must not be man or must not be a woman. Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Does that not enforce the gender role box even further? Like, a man is this and this and this, and anyone who doesn't do all of those things cannot be a man. You're not even defining it biologically now. You're just
constrain
saying,
it more than even traditionalists do.
Yeah.
Because they talk about like normal like gender questioning things during puberty, and gender like uncertainty during puberty, a time which nobody is sure about fucking anything in their lives. Like this is a sign of transgenderism.
Now you're literally saying like, oh, if you don't like to play basketball or you don't like to play sports or you like, I mean, how do you, and then what, I mean, how does this, the problem with shit like this, that they all seem to chronically suffer from is that by trying to erase all these lines and make definitions into these broad, fluid things, you're erasing all definition whatsoever. I mean, now you can't. Now you're saying that what tops and bottoms are arguably two different genders. Are gay men different genders then? Because they're radically different by the same standard of evidence. than a straight man. So are they a whole different gender now? I mean, like, where does it fucking end? And this is how you end up with these 106 different fucking genders. It's like you are just describing individual people and acting like they are some totally separate entity than everybody else because they're not like everyone else. It's bizarre.
Well, that's the a recurring thing that you'll see with Vaush, because he tries to make the case about them because we say that the whole idea of gender is arbitrary, and he embraces that. He goes, yeah, it is arbitrary, therefore we can make up, like, we can just draw the lines wherever we want. Like, he says that phrase like several times where it's like, we can just
I mean, I understand that it comes from his I guess ideology of subjectivism. Everything's subjective, but I mean I think that's the critical.
Well, that's the problem, is that, like, if you're just randomly drawing boxes wherever you want to and drawing these categories and then calling them completely separate things, it's like, we don't have any reason to give a shit about the names that you use for any of this shit, because
why care about it at all? And now we're back to square one.
You yourself are admitting that the categorizations and the standards of all the categories themselves, they're just arbitrary names that we've made up and placed onto things. And of course he would
they're
argue,
subjective, so I don't have to agree with it anyway. Like, I don't have to acknowledge any of this because it's entirely subjective according to him.
Yeah, and however, if you don't agree with him, then you're a bigot.
A bigot. It's completely self-defeating. Mm-hmm. It's worse than nihilism.
Yeah.
Construction would not in any way invalidate our broader understanding of gender. We would just decide to cut the lines a little differently, much as we have with race. The biological lines, the continuum, has been present in human history, forever. It's our biological diversity, but where we draw those lines, very different in the Roman days than today, and that ultimately is just up to what we care about, what preferences we decide to act on.
Yeah, because I guess I see it as the most simple or the most straightforward way to look at it is just to simply say there are men and there are women. And if there can be deviation within that, but at the end of the day, you're still a man or woman. And if you feel that you identify more so as the opposite, then you are transgender and then transition, if that's what you choose as an adult. So I guess my issue is when people, I'm not saying you do this, but when I sense that people are trying to reconceptualize things just for the sake of it. But with regard to third gender cultures, as you're saying with regard to gay men, in say with the hijab or say with the fafafine, they would be considered gay men if we looked at them from, say, a North American perspective. So that's why when people talk about gender being a spectrum, I think, well, I don't think we have to go through and reconceptualize everything in our society just to facilitate acceptance. I think we can say, there are people who are different. There are gay people, there are transgender people, there are intersex people, but for the vast majority of us, 99% of us plus, we are men or women, and we identify as our birth sex. So I see that as the most simple, straightforward way to do it.
Sure, but we shouldn't limit the range of human expression based purely on simplicity. Just because we have a preference towards our gender binary system doesn't mean it's inherently any more valid. I'm fine with social deconstructionism in a variety of ways, so long as it's serving, the idea that it benefits humans, that it makes us happy. And as far as I can tell, both today in the modern world and across.
And the metrics you use by which to measure benefit or detriment is arbitrary.
Yeah. I can't stand how smug. I'm sorry. Maybe it's just his tone. I cannot stand.
No, he's
how
insufferable.
Fucking smug. That he sounds exactly like I expected him to.
Yeah, he's insufferable in terms of his temperament and his demeanor and how
he sounds
how
like
he acts when he's talking to a fucking doctor.
He sounds like the quintessential pseudo intellectual neckbeard fucker. I just cannot stand the way this guy talks. It's also why I haven't seen a lot of his videos.
Would you be shocked to learn that Vaush grew up rich?
Oh no! What? No, it makes it. See, he knows how to sound educated.
He just,
and that's what like people like this know how to sound educated. Fuck, I can do it too if I really want to. When I really want to, I can be very eloquent. I don't. It's not how I speak. And this guy is just so fucking annoying.
Yeah, I talk about a lot of, I guess, intellectually dense subjects, but also, I mean, I grew up in the ghetto, so I have that bit of just temper bit about me that I just don't always get rid of. And so, yeah, I
See,
can
and I
talk.
don't get why people try to do what he's doing. It's not approachable. And if your goal is to get more people, it's clearly it's not done to it's not done for the benefit of anybody else. It's done for his benefit to appear educated and above other people. He's not doing it to facilitate other people understanding. He's literally just doing it to fucking jack himself off, which is kind of the sense that I get of just how he operates.
Yeah, one thing I wish we had time to watch today is this back and forth that he had with another YouTuber. Fuck, it was I don't remember, but she was I guess she does like social commentary or like media commentary and things. And one of her latest videos was on this idea, this common like kind of woke idea that femininity that women need to be masculinized in order to make them like badasses and like make them like strong female characters, and that traditionally feminine characters are not good examples of strong female characters. And so she pushes back on this idea and defends like traditional femininity, I guess, and the role of strength that women have always held within society based off of their femininity. And he tries to address some of this stuff, and he watches like maybe like 8 minutes or so of like a 45-minute, nearly hour-long video on the subject. And but one thing is, so she's British, which I won't hold against her. I know is a unfortunate condition that many people are afflicted with, but she is. And but she also has a character that she sort of puts on for the videos that she does, or some of the videos that she does, and it's somewhat of a more like posh British woman. And he was like calling out like how fake she is or whatever, like, oh, this is so fake and put on and stuff. And like in one sense it is, but also she's just British, you know, she's got the accent, like that's how they are. But and then she responds, like she made a response video to him about this, and it's just like, yeah, like if anybody who watches my videos knows that this is like a character that I do, and like meanwhile you're for real, and like come on.
Across a variety of
God.
cultures, it wasn't sufficient to simply say, oh well, this person's a feminine man or what have you, you know. As we construct these categories,
They wanted to call them the F word, Vaush. That's what they wanted to do.
The only real concern, at least to me, is what makes people happy. You know, we're not really talking about hurting people here. When we reconceptualize these ideas, people often talk about this, you know, the destruction of the gender binary. Well, you take non-binary people, and I ask, what harm is being done? Certainly nothing that can be measured in a graph. It's this ephemeral, well, what of our traditions? And I don't really care about those. I just care about freedom, really. I'm a libertarian.
Well, I just care about what is.
Oh yeah, Vaush. I forgot that Vaush claims to be like libertarian.
Yeah, left. Well, I guess left libertarian, he would argue, but it's okay, buddy. We believe you.
Socialists,
we believe
the
you.
idea of people being able to identify how they want to choose their life's path, and the terms they use to describe those, as far as I'm concerned,
they can.
Nothing's unsigned.
Yeah, you could do that, brother. That's fine.
That's the thing. Again, that was always allowed. And see, that's the thing that pisses me off about people like this, that make this argument. Sorry, is what I should say. People that make this argument.
What do you mean by those people? What do you mean by those people?
Yeah, those people. People that make so that nobody gets confused. People that make this argument piss me off, because the question is not about whether or not you can identify as something. You are allowed to identify as anything you want.
It's when we don't participate, you call us genocidal.
Right. It is it's the demand that it has to be validated and participated in by me that makes me annoyed. If you think that you are a goddamn dinosaur and that's how you want to live your life, believing that you are that way, that's fine. But people are not going to share that perspective, and you can't force them to validate your belief in something, especially
You
especially if it is not readily apparent.
You can't pretend that there aren't declarations of reality within the trans movement. This idea that trans women are real women, like, well, what is that? That's not a personal identification. That's not just a libertarian freedom to do what you want with your own self. No, that is a prescription that other people acknowledge the reality and the lack of difference between a biological woman and some guy who thinks that he's a woman.
You must not only accept or even just I'd argue ignore. I don't care how anybody identifies. It's none of my damn business. And honestly, like in my day-to-day interaction, like I have no business telling someone how they must identify, just like they have no business telling me how I must perceive them.
Yeah, the idea that like you have pronouns has always been a strange one to me. In the sense that like you have control over what pronouns are used for you. Like we don't do the same with adjectives. Where like I don't have adjectives that you must, like, my adjectives are fucking handsome and 9-inch dick. And
there you go.
That's how I identify. I'm handsome with a 9-inch dick, and that's how you gotta treat me.
That's how you gotta treat me. Well, see, that's the other thing, is I think people get caught up in this idea that pronouns are in relation to how you identify, when that is not.
It's like that you possess them in some way, you know, that you are entitled to certain pronouns.
Right. You are the subject of the pronoun. Somebody is describing how they perceive you, not the way you perceive yourself. If you're speaking about yourself and then you're using pronouns to describe yourself, then it makes sense. But even going by the way the English language fucking works, it does not make sense to demand that people use pronouns for you that you identify with when they're speaking about you. They are expressing their perception of you, not your identification of yourself.
And people implicitly understand this too, because I have a couple of them non-binary coworkers. There's a couple of them at my restaurant, and they're cool people. I call them they, whenever, you know, in conversation with people referencing them. Don't really care, don't have a problem with it. But you'll get these times where people accidentally misgender, and when they're talking about them, and they'll never accidentally misgender in the non-biological one. It's always in the one that they biologically pertain to. And they'll have to, a lot of times it's happened where they literally don't even realize that they're doing it, and they will say it several times, like the real, you know, like they'll say she, and they'll continue it, and they have, if I ignore it, and I ignore it. I don't like, it's like, hey, did you just misgender the person? You did it, didn't you? No, I let it go. But they don't even realize they did it. They completely do it, swashes right by them, and they doesn't even register with them. And they go about their day. And these are people who are in the prog like camp. These are prog NPCs, and
regardless of your social programming, they
buy into it wholeheartedly. They don't question it at all. Yet they will inadvertently, accidentally misgender non-binary people with their literal birth, you know, sex. Never the other one.
And see, again, however people want to identify, cool, fine, whatever. But the non-binary thing doesn't make sense to me. It's another one of those where you've erased so many fucking lines and boundaries that you have no definitive way to identify yourself now. So like in this pursuit for an identity that encompasses people or doesn't offend anyone, or you know, specifically describes you, now you've gotten to a point where it doesn't mean anything again. The non-binary thing doesn't make sense to me. Like you
don't know what it's in reference to. You know?
Yeah, what is it in reference to? You can't base it off of biological sex, because you know, besides the occasional person who is hermaphroditic or has some kind of genetic problem, we are a binary species. We reproduce in the binary. We have one produces a zygote and one does not. We are a binary species. That's okay. Every fucking mammal in the world is. We're mammals. Humans are mammals, and even a platypus, they lay eggs and shit, and they're really fucking weird.
Yeah, the only
But they
way that
have
you
male
can
and
really
female.
square the circle, the only way that you can really square the circle is if you argue on this whole, like, well, the reference to gender is reference to gender performance, right?
And how they
this,
perceive themselves.
yeah, and this has academic origins with, I think, Judith Butler, and talked about femininity or womanhood as performativity. And so basically they're saying that in order to be a woman, you just kind of have to act like one, or to be a man, you just got to act manly. And that if you don't want to act like either of them, then you're non-binary, which is just, I just don't buy into this idea that what makes a woman is her acting feminine.
Aesthetics, all aesthetics, or just the way that you act. Yeah, and see, and yeah, it only gets worse from there, because now it's like, okay, so now you're saying that a woman is just the aesthetics, like that's what makes a woman, or just the way you act is now what makes you a woman. It's like you're trying to distill people down to all of these things, and in doing so, you are just further I mean, these things are becoming ironclad fucking boxes that nobody's ever
It just
going to
seems
escape
way
from.
more rigid and bigoted than
Extremely rigid. Extremely. I would be fucking offended if somebody tried to claim that, not, and again, it has nothing to do, it has everything to do with being classified as something you're not. Somebody tried to say that I was non-binary or that I was trans just because I don't enjoy watching football. That's so fucking stupid.
Mm-hmm.
I just
Yeah.
don't enjoy watching football.
Yeah, I wasn't good at sports growing up. I was played guitar and did more artistic shit, and I was into academic
boring.
shit
I mean,
and,
I'll watch
into
this.
reading books.
Yeah. I mean, I'll watch the Super Bowl, but it's normally because I'm hanging out with other people who are watching the Super Bowl. It's fun for me to
Exactly.
hang out with them.
Yeah.
They're excited, therefore I enjoy.
Yeah, I
the
usually
Super
learn
Bowl.
what teams are
But,
playing in the Super Bowl like the week before.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a bigger event. You got the commercials and shit to watch in between. That's fun for me. That's where I get my honest enjoyment out of it, and that's it. I mean, that's basically my interaction with sports for the most part.
Yeah, you also get in the same day, you get like the Puppy Bowl, and then the other one with the chicks in like skimpy outfits.
Oh
do they
yeah,
still
the
do
one
that
where
one?
they run around in lingerie.
Yeah,
I
the
guess
lingerie
they
bowl,
do.
I
I
think?
don't know. Who knows?
Anyways,
Scientific, nothing contradicts factual reality, and nothing hurts other people, then it should be fair game. And of course, I don't think anyone's contradicting the underlying biological nature of things. Sex, the gametes, difference between this hormone and that hormone.
again, aren't they, Vaush? Are they not? Okay.
Are they not? Because it seems like that is a thing that happens pretty regularly.
Yeah, I don't know if you're really opening your eyes up to your own camp there.
Yeah.
As long as those basic tenets of reality remain consistent, then the identity part, I mean, go hog wild. I don't really care where people go with it.
Right. And I agree with you in that I think people should be free to express themselves however they like and be happy and live their life and not be bothered by other people or not be judged. My concern is when people are making these decisions and they are potentially leading, especially young people, to make decisions about modifying their body that may be permanent or may be potentially harmful to them or that they may regret. So with regard to, say, non-binary, and I will use the pronouns someone wants me to use, the same with say, people who are transgender. When I say transgender, I'm referring to people who identify as the opposite sex. And I know that some people might say non-binary is the same as transgender, but I do make that difference. But
what are they what are they transitioning to if they're non-binary?
Yeah, exactly.
What is the evidence for this idea that there's a third gender? Are you referring to third gender cultures, or is there additional evidence that you're thinking of?
Well, the evidence for it is simply that there's no greater argument for the system that we have than any culture which has a third gender or had one in the pre-colonial days, which of course was much more common in the pre-colonial days, before our values became homogenized a bit. And this isn't really a scientific or evidentiary thing. Really, it's social construction. It's theory, really, gender theory, which people mock, of course. People roll their eyes at it, but there's some really fascinating and complicated stuff behind the wheel there. And I like to use allegories to race because the discourse around racial abolition and the social construction of race hasn't been as politicized as that with regards to gender. If you go back 100 years, the Irish were considered the N-words of Europe, I believe, was a common, derogatory term. Now, of course, they didn't think that Irish people were biologically identical to Northern African people, but there was an understanding that they were somehow lesser within the category of white. The same with Italians, though, to, I believe, a lesser extent. And really, the arguments back then, they attempted to post hoc justify it scientifically, but the arguments back then were fundamentally a social one. What is or is not whiteness? And if you include Irish people, do you include, say, Mediterraneans, Greek people? What about Turkish people? How far south along the Mediterranean? How far clockwise can you go before that becomes a problem? There's no real answer. And to me, being that I'm both a racial and gender abolitionist, my understanding is that given that there are no real answers, there's no real right or wrong, there's only human happiness, we should cast aside categories which do harm and adopt those which minimize it. And this stringent fixation on, well, can you prove this, that, or the other with gender? Well, we can't really prove anything with it. We know there are social roles and categories associated with sex, but those roles and categories change. The lines around them change and have changed historically. I don't know if any factual argument can be made in any direction.
Well, in terms of why there are only two genders, as you mentioned, if sex is determined by gametes and gender identity is determined by biological sex for over 99% of us, then where is the third gamete that would suggest there is a gender in between men and women?
Because it's only determined for 99% of us. Well, first of all, even if it was just the 99%, the existence of 1% constitutes millions of people. But even within that, we constructed the categories to perfectly match sex. So of course there's going to be a near one-to-one correlation with sex. But if we were to have, say, for example, the masculine and the feminine men being bisected into two categories of men, two genders within what we now consider to be one, well, then all of a sudden it gets more complicated. But you're referring to simplicity in a system which is aestheticized for simplicity. Which I mean, it's sort of a recurring pattern. We've built something to correlate perfectly to sex, so of course it's going to correlate near perfectly to sex. The historical conception of gender and sex is that there is no distinction for the most part, at least in the West. That it's just your roles are because of your sex, and the idea that the roles might be some kind of separate construction is something that, at least for the past few hundred years in Western antiquity, we haven't really engaged with that much.
Well, what do you mean by your roles would be different from your sex if the vast majority of men behave in one way and the vast majority of women behave in another way, and this is driven by biological underpinnings? How is that socially constructed?
You see how unable he is to gish gallop and word salad his way out of this shit? Like, yeah, I have to give Vaush credit because his sophistry is very, very pretty sounding, and it sounds like he's making a lot of points, and it sounds like he's getting to something, but he's really he's jumping in with a lot of assumptions beforehand, and she's really great at undercutting those things and then bringing him back to the relevant question, and how unsuccessful he is. It's just funny to me how unsuccessful he is at actually trying to wriggle his way out of just making a coherent point. He's like, I don't need to make a coherent point. I just need to say that certain people identify. I think it's good that we believe them, and bing, bang, boom. That's all. He's like, well, no, we're talking about, like, so the reason why people identify a certain way is not because we just mapped it onto them and made it up that way. And therefore we can make up any old way to recategorize any old, group of people we want to. And just, if I think it's good for them, then it is. It's like, no. We categorize and we map people onto these categories because they manifest themselves into those categories like that. And that is the case for the vast majority of humans. And that's what we do, is we act like men or we act like women based off of whether we were born a man or a woman. And so, yes, there's millions who don't do that. But those of us who do, it's not arbitrary that we've labeled it that way. It is because it follows reality to a very great degree.
Right.
There's a piece I'm missing here.
Are you of the opinion that color is socially constructed?
Do you mean visual color, or you mean
visual color, the optical perception? Yes.
Socially constructed? As far as I know, it's a biological process.
I agree. It's the wavelengths that we see. Of course, you have people with vision abnormalities which see different colors,
right.
But we have an understanding of what a properly working eyeball can see, and we have a good understanding of what wavelengths correspond to which subjective experiences of color. But of course, if you take a look at the history of color and language across the world, different cultures have different conceptions of what is or isn't green or blue. There's no hard line, of course, between what a green or a blue is. It's totally arbitrary. It's literally a spectrum. So the line is drawn differently depending on the linguistic preconceptions of the culture that you're looking at. For the most part, we've sort of nailed out the ideas here. But if you take a look historically, like which ideas of color develop first, where are these lines drawn, you get really interesting and very diverse ideas. And of course, this is factual. This is biological. The color wavelength is something that we can measure out and parse mathematically. So it's not like we're exclusively dealing with subjective human experience. And yet, the categories we draw, how many colors are there in the wheel? Are there 5, 8, 10? We say they're functionally infinite, but we only have so many words. And most people separate it into a discrete range of colors associated with the rainbow. At least that's the historical archetype that people draw towards most easily. But that doesn't include all the colors. It doesn't include purple, for example. I guess the point that I'm getting at here is that there's not a contradiction between a biological underpinning and a complete arbitrarity of the overlying concept. It's like the biology is the foundation, but the house you build atop it is very much of your own design.
I can see that to some extent, but with vision, it's still, perception is still to some extent, it's not as subjective to me as how you feel about your gender. So say with gender fluidity for people, my understanding of people who shift between male and female or are both or neither, and this can change throughout the day, that is purely subjective in terms of their self-report of that, right? It's not marked in anything objective, and that's where I have an issue with it, because to me, it just always comes back to what is evidence-based, what's in the data. And when people start
that's goofy as fuck.
from that, it makes me wonder.
Yeah, it's like you can say all of that is the case.
I'm a man now. Oh, well,
for yourself.
5 minutes ago I was a woman, but I'm a man now because I feel that way. I'm like, dude, I don't understand what that means. And what makes you feel like a man might have nothing to do with what makes me feel like a man. What makes you feel like a woman might have nothing to do with how I perceive a person
it's their
who is
truth.
a woman would feel.
That's because
Right,
it's their truth.
because
And
it's completely subjective, and nobody. I mean, you could literally sit there and in your head flip back and forth, and nobody would notice any kind of perceivable difference. And then
so we're not actually talking about anything, just whatever's going on inside your head. But
exactly,
the degree which it affects me is literally negligible.
Wonder, well, why?
Except for the fact that you have to acknowledge it and validate it.
And it's fine if people just want to say that's how they feel, but when they start to say that this is what science shows, when it doesn't, that's my concern.
Well, I don't think people speak to science there. People who talk about gender expression are talking about subjective experience, because the social roles are what they're talking about. If people were fussing about with the biology of sex, that's your one thing. But, you can ask people, take 5 people with different shades of blue on their shirts, and you put them in a room, how many color shirts are being worn today? Will you get an answer of 5 distinct for subtle color shades, 1, 2, or what people say that it's all the same shirt color fundamentally. It can even change depending on the time of day. Some people say their eyes are blue when they wake up and green when they fall asleep. A lot of that's a trick of the light, but that's a perceptive thing. And of course,
It's all a
gender,
trick of
being
the
a
light.
construction of
Yeah,
social
it is.
expectation, is itself, to an extent, a perceptive thing. I guess at the end of the day, I think that the fixation with scientific categorization with something as arbitrary as gender will be seen in the long run as obsolete as what we've done with race. Nowadays, biologists speak of clines, the actual underlying genealogical threads, not the overlying categories. And I think that for the most part, biologists are doing the same now with sex, where they're recognizing sex itself even as a bimodal biological construct determined by a variety of underlying threads. And the gender stuff, I think we should just leave to the purview of social identity. I have as much interest, I think, in the scientific legitimacy of a person being a woman in a gender sense as them being a gamer, or a pothead. You could measure perhaps some genealogical association, but I think it's an identity first and foremost and should be treated as such.
I think we just have very different ways of wanting to understand phenomena in the world. And so your point about you just made a point there about sex being bimodal. So the thing with sex and gender, I don't consider them to be spectra or to be continua, because most people fall predominantly as one or the other, right? If it were a spectrum or a continuum, people would fall.
It would be spread out. It would be.
Yeah.
It would manifest more arbitrarily. But the factor of the matter is that we manifest in two distinct camps, and we act in two somewhat distinct ways. There's a lot of overlap in the degree to which those behavioral temperaments manifest. Right? There's degrees to which most men are manly and most women are feminine. But and there's overlap between feminine men and masculine women, and just it could be like the average woman too could have masculine traits within her, but that doesn't mean that therefore there's I don't know. He tries to make the case that this is therefore we can just draw lines wherever we want, because we're not exactly into separate camps. And it's like that's what I was getting at, is the spectrum thing, is that if it was really a continuum or a spectrum, then you would expect these things to be more spread out and to be more evenly distributed.
And I mean, I think that's part of the reason why, it comes back to me saying that, I agree that this stuff is a social contract in that people made it up, and they are choosing to, say that it's real. This is what they want to believe. I mean, that just honestly, to me, kind of illegitimizes it when you claim it's a social construct. It's like, great, so this is just decided by an arbitrary group of people. As long as you're not trying to force it on me, I don't really care. There's plenty of things that aren't social constructs that I think matter. Things that are, they vary from culture to culture. You can say whatever you want, but like, the idea being murder, that murder is wrong, that, murdering somebody, not killing, but murdering somebody, is wrong. Like, I don't feel like you can argue that that's a cultural thing, or I guess you can argue that some cultures would consider that it's not, or whatever. I'm sure there's somebody that isn't, but it's not a social construct. I don't think you can argue that that's a social construct in any way.
And ethics is another thing that I really enjoy, because I believe in objective morality, and that you can argue objectively about what right and wrong. And,
exactly. There are certain things that are objectively true.
And these things tie into our origins as people, in the same sense of like economics is tied to the economics of human action. The ethics of people can be tied to their natural states, the natural rights, and the natural law that we can deduce from just examining what humans are as independent, scarce beings. But I think Vaush would argue that morality is subjective, that it's culturally enforced.
Of course he would. Yep.
All at any point along the way with equal probability. But what you see is most people are male or female. And then you have a small segment of people who say they are in between, or say with intersex people. But intersex we can talk about as well. But in that case, I don't think we should be reconceptualizing society for the sake of a small minority. I think we can advocate for them and equal rights for them without having to reconceptualize everything.
Well, something doesn't have to be equal distribution for it to be a spectrum. It's really just a spectrum of different characteristics. There are sexual characteristics, of course, which vary to the extent that you'll have, males and females overtake each other. Height, for example, being one of those characteristics where the majority of men are taller than the majority of women. There are, of course, overlap, quite a bit of it with regards to that. You have more concrete categories like chromosomes, gametes and what have you. But even then, you have variances sometimes. The intersex category includes a variety of conditions which might lead a person to have anormal representation in those fields. But a binary has two options, not two with a range in between. And I don't really think that this is of much interest to people outside of, biological experts. I don't think any social re-engineering is being done around the idea that sex is complicated. Of course it is. We're biological machines. We're unimaginably complicated. We couldn't build one of us if in a lab, if we wanted to. We need the help of our own genes. One day, God willing. So given all that complexity, the idea that sex would be this very complicated and extremely not spectral, like on a spectrum concept, isn't that alien to me? But I don't think that gets talked about that much. Even with the trans stuff, it's really just a gender thing. Trans women don't go around arguing that they're biologically the same as cis women. If they did, then they wouldn't want to transition, of course.
Well, they say they're real women
of an underlying bio,
which is trying to say something.
Yeah.
Distinction.
Yeah, definitely.
I see. So again, I don't think that the most vocal trans activists necessarily speak for everyday transgender people or the average trans woman. But I have seen some activists saying that they are biologically female or they are biologically male because they identify as that sex. And I think that has implications for society more broadly, because especially in the way that this is being taught to kids, I think for some people, they don't realize that sex is real. It's not. I mean, some people will say that sex is socially constructed. And I think if people want to have a conversation about these ideas and tease them apart as we're doing here, that's great. But when it's actually being taught and spoken about like it's true, there are going to be negative implications of that because it's not true.
I can't speak to every trans activist out there, but having been a radical lefty for some time, the only time I can ever remember a person sincerely arguing there's no real such thing as a sex difference, no difference between men and women, trans, cis women, whatever. There's some Reddit thread where they were getting dogpiled by the comments. I don't know if it's something held seriously, a position held by many. I can't argue anecdotes with you, of course, but the idea that the trans community or even the trans activists are of that position, I think, is highly overstated, or a conflation often held and enforced by conservatives, because trans women will go, well, trans women are women, and conservatives will go, well, how can you be a woman if you have no womb? Which is itself a conflation of the gender sex divide right there. Trans women aren't saying they have a womb. They don't, to my knowledge, maybe somehow some of them do. But
I've seen some, but I won't hold you to that. Yeah.
Right. The vast majority don't, I imagine. The conservatives play that game whereby performatively denying the distinction between gender and sex, they can pretend that trans people are just woefully unaware, delusional, that they're,
How is he making that assumption that they're performatively denying the difference? Maybe they just don't believe that there is one. Seems like he's making a big assumption about what his ideological opponents actually believe, and then basing his whole thing off of that, because like
You're telling
it's weird that it just didn't occur to him.
telling me that Vaush is being uncharitable? No fucking
Yeah,
way.
right. I mean, it just kind of, it's funny.
I think you're wrong.
It just hasn't occurred to him
Hominis.
that they believe, they don't believe there's a difference. There's someone like me who says, okay, you're arguing that it's socially constructed. Cool. So this word means nothing and I can ignore it. When you say a trans woman is a real woman, the idea that, I mean, I could go the other way. Yeah. Like I could be uncharitable. Fine. You want to be uncharitable? When somebody says that a trans woman is a real woman, I'm going to assume that they are, meaning biologically, and I'm going to keep saying that they're wrong every single time. Like,
it's as simple as that.
I mean, it's as simple as that. And the thing is that I think he's also putting far more context into this than is actually being argued by the people that he's referencing. A lot of the times they are arguing that a trans woman is a quote unquote real woman. Maybe they're not referencing biology, but that's because they are tossing it out entirely and saying that biology doesn't matter. So sure, you can argue that a conservative is and I love it, conservative. Like there are no liberal people who don't agree with trans politics is really interesting. Like there are. I've met them. What Oxford comma forever. You know who the fuck that is?
Yeah.
Okay. That guy.
Somebody who I do not agree with on very many subjects at all.
We ideologically disagree on absolutely fucking everything, but he will go, I will give him this, he'll go to the mat arguing trans politics and that trans women are not real women. And he's about as left as you could get.
Yeah, the same with my roommate who's a lesbian woman. And so, of course, as part of like the lesbian community and everything, she knows a good deal of lesbians. She plays in a softball team, so of course she knows tons of lesbians. And of course, they're very interested in preserving what is a real woman versus not a real woman because they're attracted to women, and
right.
They don't want some fucking dude just saying that he's a girl. And then they'll be just totally like, okay, yeah, we're just gonna be lesbians with you now.
That's you canceled as a lesbian because you don't want to put a penis in your mouth.
Well, I remember when I was talking to her about this because I was like, yo, this whole like trans thing is can be a little weird and can be a little wild sometimes. It's like, and I can't really like talk about it like in my social circles because they're part of the LGBT like movement and shit, and so like she feels like she can't even like fully express herself within like lesbian circles.
And see, that's fucking ridiculous to me.
It's so yeah, and she watches like she's a person who watches fucking what is the late night dudes? They got Stephen Colbert. She watches him, loves John Oliver. Like she's a fucking like a Prague like hater of the right wingers. She had like a conservative family who like doesn't treat her too well because she's gay, and there's a whole bunch of shit. And so she's not the type of person who's just gonna be like, yeah, I just hate them trannies. She's generally gonna be disposed to hearing them out. Right. But then when you got to be like, yo, but you as a lesbian got to be attracted to me because I'm a dude that just I feel pretty girly. So, I think I'm a girl.
Yeah, that's a shitty situation to be stuck in. Like
right.
That, it really is. It's awful that she's been made to feel that way. Like I'm not saying that she's stupid for feeling that way. I totally get why a person would feel that way.
No, yeah.
But like that she's been made to feel that way.
It's like fucked up that the community is now in that position where like the original people
put her in that.
Who are
and that's
like,
why I say a lot that like I know a lot of and I mean that's why I say I know a lot of people that are gay. I've even known a few people that were trans. I've worked with them. I've talked to them and stuff. And individually, I have no problem with them. Like most of the time, stuff like that doesn't even become a big deal because again, it's like individually, a lot of stuff just tends to fall away when you're talking to people. You're just two people talking and sharing a human experience.
Yeah, just two real people being real.
Right, exactly. And it's usually the internet is what causes issues, or people just not physically talking to each other. I feel like there's a little bit of a barrier there that people aren't. You're not looking at another person. You're arguing with an ideological opponent, or whatever.
Yeah, just a mouthpiece for some opinions.
it's always the community that causes a problem.
Mm-hmm.
It's that the extremism, the activism that comes into it, where it's like it's like a whole another animal. It's like there are gay people and then there are gay activists, and the difference between them is sometimes wild, because I know plenty of gay people that think that a lot of this stuff is just ridiculous, that they don't even associate with like the LGBTQ movement because of how ridiculous it's gotten. um I mean, it's nuts.
Yeah. No, I totally get that too.
But I just don't think that's the case.
I'm gonna keep this going while I go grab some more water. So I'm not gonna be around
Yeah,
to
go
pause
for it,
for
man.
like a minute.
I think that for the most part, especially these days, trans people are increasingly comfortable with the biological reality of things, the fact that they're not the same as a cis man or a cis woman in terms of
It's like
where
the
they'll be
opposite.
even after a medical transition. And I think that's a wonderful thing. Of course, I don't think that a woman just has to have a womb or what have you. Whatever range of biological accoutrement people decide they're happy with, I think is a wonderful thing.
I think that's great if that's the case, but I wonder then why is it we don't see more of those voices more prominently?
I think we do. Honestly, the only place I see other voices are when they're being signal boosted in conservative discourse. I know that the position that gender is something which is a product of identity, but sex is largely binary and discrete, separate category, is held, for instance, by basically every medical association in the West. That in terms of the broader activism, I mean, I can't speak to every college professor on TikTok, but that is definitely the recurring theme here. People who disagree, not to speak this of you or whatever, but broadly, I mean, I would wonder where they're getting their information from, because the only place I see otherwise really is these conservative spaces where they're incentivized to elevate.
All right, did Vaush say anything smart? I'm back.
No.
Express.
No, he's again putting a lot of this off on well, the conservative spaces are elevating all of these fringe voices that are doing these things that I say aren't happening, and they're not actually majority or anything like that. Even though we know that's complete bullshit. Look at some of the people that are being platformed by not conservatives, but by people that agree with these stuff. I mean, look at some of the people that are being platformed by them. They're not being pushed up front by conservatives. They're being platformed by these
The left,
groups.
yeah.
So yeah, he's full of shit. I mean, of course, it's Vaush, but
Yeah,
I
water's
mean,
wet.
he's in complete denial of reality here. Like, that is in no way my experience.
Yeah, shocking.
It's not my truth.
Elevate
Yeah.
the voices they think are worst representatives of their opposition.
Can you say that last point again in terms of what you feel medical associations generally put out as their messaging? Obviously not every single one, but just as a broad theme.
But for the most part, it seems like the sort of the recognition of the validity of trans people. I know the APA, the American Medical Association, of American Academy of Pediatrics. I'm sure there's a big list out there somewhere, but that broadly they affirm the validity of trans people, the idea that gender is something that can be identified with and changed. But I don't believe any of these organizations, the American, I don't think any of them verify the idea that like there's.
That's another thing too, is that if they identify as another gender, what are they changing? Exactly. Like why does there need to be a physical like change? If what makes a person a gender is part of just the social construction, then
yeah, I mean, why
exactly
transition
do
at all?
they? Why do the biological changes need it? And why would a person feel dysphoria of like their physical attributes? So why would they feel like body dysphoria about being a different gender?
If it's all socially based, yeah. I mean, I guess you could argue that like the social pressures cause anxiety, and then the dysphoria is coming from that. But like, it seems that even if you're trying to argue from that standpoint, it still gets a little shaky.
Like, it's like, okay, like if somebody grows, was born a man and then it's like, oh, I don't feel like I am a trans woman. I'm a woman gendered, but I don't feel fully woman because I don't have boobs. or because I got a dick. It's like, but then I don't know, that's the social construct, man. Because then, like, for example, with the third gender, pre-colonial societies or whatever, when they wanted to separate a feminine man, they just called him that, and then he did his third gender things, right? It wasn't that like he had to go throughout a process to then become fully that other gender.
Yeah, what's the historical precedence of like medically transitioning?
It's not something that I usually like argue about or like that I bring up in discussing the topic. It just sort of like occurred to me now. I was just like, well, if this whole thing is just a bunch of social construction, then yeah, what is the transition process? It's like, what is that trying to accomplish, or what is that doing? What is the goal there? If
I also have to question the idea of like, especially dysphoria, right? If dysphoria is a type of anxiety, I mean, if that's what you're going to argue, the argument falls apart from there also. Because if you argue that dysphoria is a type of anxiety, then it must be the only anxiety that we treat by leaning into the instead of teaching a person
and accommodating it,
to
leaning into it, accommodating it.
That's what I'm looking for. You're accommodating it. Same thing as if you argue that it's like if dysphoria is like a delusion, you're then leaning into the delusion rather than reinforcing that the delusion is not real.
Yeah, well,
You
because
are
I mean,
rejecting reality.
like people who are like obsessive bodybuilders, and also on the opposite spectrum, like the people who have like a anorexia nervosa and bulimia nervosa. They on both ends have body dysmorphia of a different kind, like not of the gender kind or the sex kind, but of just they see themselves like people with anorexia see themselves as fat and as overweight and as needing to lose weight, even if they're practically skin and bones. And this is something that is a physical like affliction of theirs, right? A disorder, the body dysmorphia. But it is it's not treated through accommodation and through indulgence. It's treated through exposing them to reality and to weaning them off of those feelings of viewing themselves that way. The same with what we would call like irrational fears, right? Of like fears of spiders or these things. Whereas like if we want to treat somebody with this fear, what we do is called exposure therapy, right? Where we might like show them a picture of a spider, and then we might show them a video of a spider, and then we might put them in a room with a spider across the room, right? And then we might put them with a spider, and then the spider's in a cage, and then we might put them in the room with a spider in a cage in the middle of the room, and they're near the door. And then you progressively expose them to more and more of what they fear, to the point where they can actually physically just touch spiders without being afraid. And that's how you treat, a condition like that, a disorder like that, is to.
And that's how we've always treated. I mean, since we've
is to shift the
modern
person.
Science
is to shift the person into navigating the world, rather than changing the world to navigate the person.
Right. And it's the exact opposite with all this stuff, which I think is extremely telling. I think that's very damning that this is the solution rather than the way we've always done things.
Mm-hmm.
That sex can just be instantly changed or flipped over, that there's no discrete differences between men and women who are cisgender or transgender. Certainly transitioning changes some sex categories. I mean, you can only inhale so much estrogen before some sexual categorizations your body adheres to begin to change. But I just don't think that's very common messaging.
So how would you define what is a woman?
I would say that woman is sort of a social archetype that people choose to adopt, like a kind of like an identifier that they want to be known by. Now, obviously, there's a lot of conflation in reference to what, because people get assigned this, that, the other at birth, which means that you sort of grow up with a set of roles and definitions before you're old enough to have any opinion on the subject, really.
Why do
But
we
at
assign
least
them?
when we're talking about, gender as an identity, what people care about when they're older, that's what I think of. It's like being a woman. What does it mean to be a woman? It's how you think of yourself and how you want the world to think of you. It's a sandwich board slung around your neck.
In reference to what?
He hasn't answered the question.
We all know that it is a word that people just plaster onto themselves like a sandwich board. In reference to what? What is being described?
The question. Oh my God! Look at. I mean, the amount of dancing.
And look how unamused she is with this answer. She's like, okay, you literally are not telling me anything right now, buddy.
Yeah.
A set of identifiers that you want to be considered by. I think people do this with a lot of things, not just gender, but I think gender is sort of the big one.
So when self-identification, are there any areas in which you think biology should play more of a role than self-identification?
Well, if you're talking with your doctor about your propensity for given conditions, obviously I think trans people should be upfront with their doctors about the fact that they're trans. Outside of that, I just, in terms of people's decision making, I don't think biology plays that much of a role insofar as it supersedes people's right to choose for themselves. Obviously biology plays a huge role in a ton of stuff that we do day to day, but if you make the choice to act against the sort of stereotypical categorization down that role, then I think that's fine. I don't really think it hurts anyone to do that.
So what about, where should we start? Maybe sports? Do you think with sports there should be any importance placed on biology or biological differences?
Sure. Well, there already has been, of course. We separate men and women. Women in the Olympics have that testosterone cap they're not allowed to exceed, which is an interesting can of worms right there. The trans sports thing is complicated. There's varying evidence here. Obviously, if you take estrogen for long enough, it destroys your muscles. I mean, God, if you've ever seen a trans woman or like arm wrestled one, you destroy them. You can tear them apart. They're taking bone weakening juice. It's incredible. So
right, but well, you may be able to destroy them, Vaush. And
weakening juice.
And me and Hominis here, we could probably destroy some trans woman on estrogen. But the question is, if this trans woman is on estrogen and is training to be an arm wrestler, and she's facing off against biological women, will those women destroy the trans woman? Is the question. And is it a fair match? So yeah, of course, like just in the same way that like a man who is natty is at a disadvantage compared to a man on gear. A man who is taking the opposite of gear, like anti-gear, estrogen, is going to be at a disadvantage compared to a man who is natty. But we're not talking about natty man versus estrogen man. We're talking about natty woman versus estrogen man. And is that a fair fight? Is that a fair matchup? And that's one thing that's just sort of floated by unobserved in this whole scenario.
Kind of dances around it, yeah.
Take a few years of that, nobody's going to be performing as well. There are some products of higher androgen sensitivity prior to transition, which carry over post-transition. I think bone density is a big one. Wingspan and height are averages that don't cleanly, recede back to the average for females. Stuff like that. It's a complicated question in terms of what harm is done. Right.
It's complicated.
Right now, the available existing harm of trans women participating in women's sports is effectively nil. There are
just the careers of biological women is all.
Effectively
heard a couple
nil.
of headlines over the past 5 or 6 years, but it's usually like some college athlete does slightly better than expected. Sometimes the trans athlete doesn't even do that well, but people get angry anyway.
No, the
a couple of
headline
for
I
instance, of,
heard was the woman in the UFC who fought another woman
pummeled the crap out of that girl.
Received received injuries similar to those that they see in domestic violence. not only was her eye socket completely shattered, which had never happened, oddly
Mhm.
enough, in the women's league,
Mhm.
but a lot of her facial bones were just like destroyed. And the best part about the whole thing is that before the fight, nobody told her that she was fighting a trans man or a trans woman, a man. Nobody told her. Nobody. She had no idea going in. And so, I mean, just imagine
Yeah.
if I threw you into a arena and said you're gonna be fighting another dude, and a bear and a pair of shorts came out.
Well, just how about a
Like,
dude on gear? That's exactly the same fucking
yeah,
thing.
there you go.
It's
Yeah,
like, yeah,
I mean,
like if it just even just pretending that like, okay, I have about like I've been like regularly working out and doing training for climbing for like 3 months or so, and like almost 4 months, and like if I was like getting some sort of league like climbing or whatever, and it's like, oh, these are all people the same experience level as you in terms of like years and of that, okay, and then it's like, oh yeah, but this dude's taking gear also, and it's like, sir, what are you fucking talking about? Like, yeah, and he can hold on for longer, and he gets winded way less, and he can he can his recover time is better, so he doesn't have to rest in between his attempts as much as I do. Like, yeah, that's gonna be fucking way unfair. Like, that's not cool. Fuck that shit.
yeah, and I mean, you would probably, not agree to do it. I mean, well, at least,
No.
even if you did, you should have the choice, right? I mean, to know what you're getting into, and nobody told her. And
Yeah,
I
no,
honestly, I
it's
think that's kind of fucking evil. I think it's fucking evil what happened to her.
yeah, and
Um,
this is why you get, middle of the road motherfuckers like Joe Rogan, right? Who is not ideologically bound to anywhere. He can clearly see how fucked up that shit is because he's an athlete, and he is involved not only in UFC but just in sports, and he understands what it means to participate in a sport, to compete in it, to win or lose on fair grounds. And anybody who does have experience with this knows that this trans stuff in sports is fucking nuts.
I could not believe.
And he tries to fall back on this idea that it's like, well, in some places, like the trans woman in the sport doesn't even do all that well. They don't destroy them every single time. It's like, well, yeah, because that particular athlete was probably wicked mediocre. Like, yeah, and
Yeah.
even that's the thing, is people on gear don't win 100% of the time.
Every single time.
Or
Yeah.
like the athlete with the most, fucking a gear doesn't automatically win unless it's a bodybuilding competition, in which case, like, if it's an explicitly non-natty competition, then natty dudes have like zero chance of winning in those, like, it's just but I'm talking about like sports performance, right? Like in terms of like baseball or like all these other ones like basketball, that kind of stuff. It's like you can get dudes who are natty in those sports and do well and outcompete their opponents that aren't natty, and you can have that because the degree to which pure strength and pure physical prowess takes precedent isn't always just cut and dry and guaranteed. It's not like the tallest person always wins or the most muscle mass always wins or this and that. It is a mix of all those things. And so, yeah, you'll get cases where there's a trans woman that doesn't beat all the biological women, but that doesn't mean that they don't have a comparative advantage, that they don't that they don't have. The thing is like, what you're not seeing outside of the competition is the difference in training and dedication to what they're doing, right? So you could take a guy who is underperforming relative to his peers and then put them in a situation where they're now on par without any additional effort. And these people are in a category where they need to push themselves to the very limits of their effort in order to qualify for these categories. And so this is why it's unfair, is because these women are dedicating their lives to being excellent, the very best at these sports amongst other women. and you can get, so your justification for this is that, oh, the guy who decided to keep in the women's leagues just doesn't win all the time, therefore there's no advantage. I just don't buy that.
No.
Better than expected, but it's a very minor problem. It's something that I would really rather have depoliticized and focused on by sports scientists, sports medicinal practitioners, because I think they're best qualified to make decisions on the subject. People talk about it like it's some kind of human rights issue, but it was like Utah passed that law. I think it was Utah, but there's like one trans athlete in all of Utah or something like that. So they passed a whole statewide bill, to curtail a problem which essentially doesn't exist. People just get hysterical over this stuff, I think.
I agree that well, I think I'm probably more concerned about this issue than you, as I've been quite vocal about it. I'm trying to think of the best place to start. Well, okay, with your point about arm wrestling and muscle mass, I don't doubt that there's an effect of taking estrogen, but there has been research to show that even after a year, 2 years of being on estrogen, that it doesn't change muscle mass or muscle strength. So this is probably not the case for every single trans woman, but I think that's a really important consideration to make, especially if they are going to be competing against women who are born women. And to your point about how this is a very rare phenomenon, I see it growing. I mean, yeah, I do think that there is a lot of attention placed on when we do see this happening, when there are cases, the media really gets on it. But I also worry about the future of women's sports, because elite, even in some sports, elite female athletes do not stand a chance against a non-elite male athlete. And there are these differences that are not overridden by taking estrogen or suppressing testosterone, in terms of, it goes beyond muscle. It's in terms of foundation, like bone length, in terms of the angles at which bones connect in the body. Women have a higher propensity for injury as a result of having wider hips. In terms of lung size and heart size. So I'm all in favor. I think if it's not elite sports, I don't have as much of an issue if trans women want to compete in the women's category, because I do think I can imagine that sense of belonging and acceptance is important. But at the elite level, when it can be life-changing for someone to win the competition, especially for these girls who've been training forever for these scholarships, I don't think it's fair. And I also don't think it's fair that they can't speak up without being called hateful. Another question actually I have for you is...
I'd like to speak on that if I may.
Okay, go ahead.
Every study I've seen indicated that medical transition weakens the musculature significantly. So I would have to, and I've seen a good bit of research on that, so I'd have to see your source there. I guess the issue that I have with this ultimately is that this is an example of a politicization of a problem gone like mad, Like so far we have maybe a handful, like an actual 5 or less count of cases where there's been some kind of upset as a product of trans women and women's sports over the course of this being a cultural issue over the past 6 years.
A handful?
When we're operating with this number, I mean, this is like national out.
Yeah,
is he fucking serious?
Again, this is the most he's the most uncharitable person for the opposite side, and the most obfuscating for his own side. He does this fucking constantly. Is that he just downplays the degree of extremes whenever things are going on in his side, and then as you're probably about to see, he's probably going to use this to springboard on the extremity of the typical right winger, blowing it all out of proportion.
Outrage over like rare diseases that don't have a name yet. This is such a marginal issue. Now, that's not to say, mind you, that it's not worth consideration or discussion, but we're talking about an issue which has merited a national response. And to be fair, and to clear aside, and again,
he's going to be fair.
98% of this
Vaush is going to be fair. To be fair, yeah.
Discourse really has nothing to do with women's sports, because most of it's fronted by conservatives. Conservatives don't care about women's sports. They have never cared about women's sports. It has been a long-running joke that they don't care about women's sports. They have admitted they don't care. Like, it's just been a chauvinistic, condescending derision for decades and decades. It's about trans people. And this is an issue which is very medically oriented, something that should be left to the science, I feel. But the discourse.
So keep in mind, what prompted him to respond with this whole screed and this whole rant was when she mentioned how female athletes who speak up, talking about how unfair this is for them to have to be competing against biological men, that they can't do this without being called a bigot. So this is what her final point was before he decided to respond with what he's responding to now. And what does he do? He says that it's a bunch of right-wingers who don't give a shit about women's sports and are just a bunch of bigots who hate trans people.
Yep.
Totally disproving her point.
Completely.
Right now has nothing to do with the science. It's this weaponization of a marginal issue in order to direct an attack against a broader community. And you see this play out all the time, in terms of like problems affecting American people. This is so unfathomably far down any list a person could arrive at. I don't mean to say this to diminish the concerns that female athletes might have,
this dude is amazing.
He doesn't mean to say this in order to diminish their concerns. I'm just doing it.
It's just marginal and insignificant.
Only to say that the national response, making this one of the top billing, issues for the Republican Party, I think it demonstrates an incredible bias with regards to what issues should be focused.
Is trans sports in any like Republicans website, their like beliefs and talking points or whatever, like what they want to advocate for, is trans sports really like that mainstream, like top billing?
Probably not on the forefront, I'd say.
It definitely talks about whenever you hear like of a woman having her eye socket caved in, or new world records for women being set. Sure.
Being like, not just set, I'm talking like shattered
away,
by a huge margin. And then of course everybody's like, how shocking. And it's like, you gotta be kidding me, man.
Yeah.
You really gonna try to claim that this person is just an exceptional athlete? They're so exceptional of an athlete that they had to literally go into a whole new category.
And
guy that was 23rd in the world is all of a sudden like shattering massive records. It's fucking ridiculous.
And the sex differences are not between men and women in terms of sports performance are not small. They're not, like, if you look at the world records in terms of like sprinting records or jumping records in track and field between women and men.
Lifting is a big one.
Lifting is another one. Or
lifting is the big one in particular.
One that I love to hear about was is that the women's Olympic hockey team for Canada will have their practices against male teams from high school, and they'll lose to these high school boys, and they're Olympic, their national Olympic team for one of the countries where hockey is the most popular in the world.
Yeah. Well, also, I mean, and I think just because it illustrates a good biological point, the lifting thing is huge because of how we are biologically laid out.
Right, yeah, like what she was talking about in terms of like the positions of our joints and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, so men can lift things that women legitimately will never be able to lift because of the way that our musculature and our organs are laid out. Sure, men can give themselves hernias, but it is much more difficult to give yourself a hernia than it is to give yourself a uterine prolapse lifting something that you are not designed to lift because of the way our skeletal structure is also developed in regards to how our muscles are. All of our weight is carried in our shoulders. We're designed to lift things.
Yeah.
Women, all of their weight is carried in their hips. They are not designed to lift things the same way that we are. They are still designed to carry weight, obviously.
Yeah,
But
it's
the
like not. It's
fulcrum is
not
in
that
a
women just
different
can't
spot.
carry stuff. Obviously, they can, but yeah,
Right.
the degree to
fulcrum is in a
which they
different
can
spot.
push the extremes is far more
Yes,
limited
and
than it is for men.
right, and a record being set by even somebody who's been taking estrogen for years and years is going to hurt a female athlete irreparably at some point. They are going to try to beat it, and it is going to hurt them irreparably trying to do it because physically it will not be possible.
Yeah.
And
It's not realistic.
to think that a record like that would be set, that is literally just impossible for, something, women. It's like, okay, so, that's a record that you'll never achieve.
Mm-hmm.
This is the standard that we've decided to accept. Yeah, sure, it was set by a biological male.
Yeah, this
But
is
this
just
is
like women
your
don't get world records now. Is basically the
yeah,
lesson of
this is
that.
your goal, and that's exactly what it is. Like, that's just
Focused on.
yeah,
There
that's
are more
insane.
cases of Republican legislators being fired for sexual misconduct in the past couple of years than there have been of these trans female athlete upsets combined over the entirety of the time it's been discussed. Where we focus our attention is itself a political decision, one which warrants justification, I think, especially when it's this disproportionate.
Well, I would argue this isn't a conservative or Republican issue because there are definitely Democrats who are concerned as well. And this is, I interviewed Kara Dansky about this for my podcast, and people can go listen to that. And she said this is going to be the issue that brings the parties together because this is not something, it's not a left or right issue, nor do I think it should be. Your point about how there are only 5 cases, there have definitely been more than 5. I mean, I could count them right now.
Of upsets? Because normally it's just a trans woman being in sports that people get upset over. But in terms of the overperformance, I think generally they perform well within the lines of expected cis female performance.
Well,
And
they win.
it's definitely
They
a
win
Republican
though.
thing.
They win by quite a margin, do they not?
The number of times that trans women have won by quite a margin in sort of college athletics or above is no, for the most part, usually this upset happens before they've won anything. Usually it's just them participating at all. I remember there was that I think they were track and field. And they did they did a whole documentary, and the trans woman, wasn't she came in like 6th or something. The woman who was mad came in 8th or 9th, and it was the top 8 who were qualifying, and she was mad over that, something like that. It's like,
Right, because she didn't qualify because there was a guy in the spot.
Yeah, like
How is okay? That's valid, right?
how is this
yeah,
not
I was
clicking
supposed to
in
be
his
number
head?
8, and I'm number 9.
How is this not clicking in his head? Except for he's just willfully ignorant.
Like, because they acknowledged that they were beat by 7 other women. They just weren't beaten by 8.
Right.
Yeah, because of this, now they lose their chance to qualify for the what was it, the end competition? I don't remember exactly what level of the process it was, whether it was like semifinals or whatever the fuck it was. But yeah, point is that, like, yeah, if she was in the qualifiers and they were qualifying the top 8 people, and she got 9th because she was beaten out by somebody who was born a man, then how is that not a valid thing to care, like, for them to be angry about?
I'd be upset too. Shit.
Yeah.
again, if you were to take a look at any other issue, if this is what unites the parties, then America deserves to burn. We have infrastructural issues. We can't feed or clothe our people. Our healthcare system is broken. If our party is united, if our parties are united not over any real issue that affects like the American people, but issues so marginal that you can count on one hand the number of trans athletes per state, I think that's really indicative of how much of a divide there is between like the cynical political messaging that's used in Washington and what Americans actually need to get by day to day. It's just I can't summon that much, because I can just think of any other, like, do the people who claim to care about college women's sports, do they care about like college athletes being exploited, not being paid for their work, while the colleges make millions of dollars off of the broadcasting rights to those games?
Yeah,
that happens to
probably.
tens of thousands of people every
That
year.
too.
Now,
Both of
course
those
not.
things
It's
can be
just
true at the
it's a
same time,
trans
buddy.
athlete thing, and
Has
we
he
get this
asked?
one big
Has he
story
asked
every
them?
6 months.
Because I know that, like, I'm pretty sure Joe Rogan's talked about that before. I couldn't remember exactly when, but I feel like I've heard him speak on this idea that college athletes should be able to get paid for the work that they do. And this has been a discussion in sports for a while, is that a lot of people do feel that it is unfair for the colleges to have rules about athletes being paid when the colleges are making hand over fist off of their performance. That's something that has been brought up tons of times before, but my man. So like, I don't know why he pretends that this is a thing that never gets discussed or that people don't care about. Like, oh, do these people who claim to care about this thing care about that thing? I was like, well, they probably fucking do, because I've heard people talk about that shit all the time.
Yeah, ask them. I mean, are you asking them, or are you just bringing it up as like a counterpoint without actually, that they're not going to be able to respond because they're not fucking there. They're not having the conversation.
He is a projector powerful enough to be visible on the moon. He projects any old fucking thing he wants onto his opponent, and he just runs with it like it's real.
Can we go to that Connecticut track? So one of the trans girls actually did win first place in the 102 meter dashes.
In the initial, one of the are we thinking of the same one?
Yeah, I don't want to say her name just because I don't want people to bully this person. I generally I don't want people to go after the individual athlete. To me, this is more about the larger trend of what we see happening, right?
Well, in terms of there were two. Okay, we might be talking about different ones. I mean, a trend on a national scale would just require more data points. Again, like the harm we're talking about here is like maybe a couple of cis women have placed. That this is
winning.
I'm sorry. The idea that you can justify national outrage based on a handful of cisgender women in college placing lower than they might have otherwise is insane to me. Every other problem imaginable is more worth national consideration. If this was just being discussed in academia or like sports science or whatever, I think that's fair game. It's a really interesting subject, and there is, reason for concern there. But this like people act like this is some kind of defining issue. Like the phrase there, this will unite the parties. Why? If infrastructure couldn't, I mean, our bridges are crumbling. If healthcare couldn't, tens of thousands.
I hate
this
fentanyl claim that you can't talk about something if there's other things that you consider more important.
Just the big.
Yeah, and I don't really see this as like a national outrage outside of people who care about sports. I mean,
no, but actually,
I don't really see
you
like
are talking
musical
about
theater
growing
people like complaining about it.
I mean, it's also stupid to be like, well, I don't think that this is important, and so I think it's insane that people are even talking about it. Well, people talk about things before they become big issues because they don't want them to become bigger issues. Generally, people do like to get out ahead in front of things that they feel are going to become large issues. That's the whole fucking point of talking about them. We've only talked about things when they've become a massive issue. It's stupid. It kind of defeats the purpose of talking about them in the first place. Okay, well, now we can't do anything about it. It's too big of an issue. Like, there's a reason why people talk about these things before they become quote unquote national problems.
And
it's being adopted more and more in other states, and it is becoming a growing movement to adopt it nationally, for more people to adopt this socially all over the country. So I think he's kind of smoke screening here because he's
And
full of
really,
shit. He
like
knows.
he's trying to claim that he does see this as an acceptable topic of discussion in certain circles, in certain circumstances, but really it's just so nebulous and vague, and he's just saying that so he doesn't, you know, it seems like he's against discussing it at all, right? But then he paints any discussion of it as, you know, national outrage that is this grand political issue, and it's like there's really no acceptable level of discussion. It's just him trying to save face, and then when it actually does happen, when it actually does occur in the real world, he tries to claim it's part of the unacceptable, you know, pearl clutching, and that he thinks is outrageous and ridiculous. But there is a place for the discussion and a place for it to be done, just not whenever you guys do it here and now. You guys are doing it
It's not
for the wrong
here,
reasons.
and never when it inconveniences my personal worldview here. Like what I'm trying to argue, when it gets in the way of my fucking Twitch donations.
Exactly right.
Beginning of some larger, this is a huge problem because it's going to be the end of women's sports. And I also see look at what's happening in prisons. Look at what's happening.
That's exactly what I said.
Where people are being housed in, say, hospitals, and women are now vulnerable to sexual assault as a result of this, because people are self-identifying as
Where's
women.
the evidence of that happening?
Of the hospital in the UK, there was a case of a woman who was on a women's ward, and she reported a rape, and they said, oh, that didn't happen because there are only women on this ward. And then they went back and they actually found through security footage that there was actually a trans woman staying on the ward during that time. And so this woman had indeed been allegedly raped. And so I'm not saying that trans women are predators. Well, but this is something that
happened in prison more than a few times.
Yeah, and
like he asks what case she's specifically referencing, and then when she says what the case is, he acts like it's the only one that has occurred because it's the only one that she referenced in her specific reference. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, he's like, when did this ever happen? Like, his question is like, when did this happen? Well, it happened here. It's like, well, that's just one time. Well,
that's just one time. It's like, well, yeah, I was talking about a specific case. Like, if you want to go down the list, then we can do that. But like,
and she's like, that's my first, like, you know, that's like her first example. But it's like, after she's done giving her first example, you're like, you've only given one example. It's like, yeah, because you stopped me after the first one.
You interrupted me in the middle of talking about this to as soon as I gave an example. Like, fucking games are extremely gay. I get so tired of people that act like this. It's dishonest. In a debate, like, well, I mean, it's a debate. It's intellectually dishonest. Let's call it what it is.
Yeah, it's just it's totally disingenuous, and it's just a sophist. He just argues for the sake of arguing, of being right.
Is going to be much more common.
Well, with respect, absolutely not.
Not of trans women, but of men abusing the ability to identify as women.
This is fear mongering, and this is one of the issues that I take with you. You talk about science. I ask you, where's the evidence? You give me an anecdote. Where's the evidence of this?
What was the anecdote, though? This was reported in the news. This was reported in the news.
Rapes happen everywhere. One instance is not an evidence of a pattern. And by the way, England, up until recently, had a very prejudiced law where rape could only happen through penetration. Nothing else was counted rape, you know. So if you're a man, you know, you rape a woman, that can be counted. But there are cis women who have raped cis women in England, and it wasn't counted as rape because none of the available equipment.
How does that speak to what we're fucking talking about?
It's completely fucking irrelevant. Like, this is something that I had discussed years and years ago. But she was saying she reported a rape. Like, she was saying that the woman in the ward reported a rape as in the penetration rape. That was the point, is that she reported being forcibly penetrated against her will. And the people for a second were like, you can't have been forcibly penetrated in a ward with only women. Well, I mean, you could have digitally, but not penile penetrated, which is what the rape, statute or the category applies to. And so, and then they realized, no, wait, there was a person with a penis in this ward, and they could have done
Completely
it.
fucking irrelevant.
And it appears that they did. And the fact that
completely
like
irrelevant.
another type of violation would not have been classified as rape does nothing to
No, well,
about
because
this.
it happened in the UK and they determined that it was rape according to that exact law. Like fuck, I hate this guy.
It's complete. He
I
just brought it
fucking
up.
hate
He
this
just
guy.
brought it up to feel smart about.
Was present. The idea
Right. Well, I
that
believe I don't want to interrupt you, but I see we're coming so close on time, and there's so many things for us to talk about. So I just say that I think, say with prisons especially, this is happening. It happened in England. It's happening in Scotland. It's happening in California.
I'll tell you this much. We don't have evidence that letting trans women into cis women's prisons will increase sexual assault. To my knowledge, there's no evidence of that upticking in an actual, like, here's a percentage, then here's a change percentage sense. We do know that trans women who go to men's prison are like 9 times as likely to be raped. So purely from a harm reduction perspective, and this goes the same with the bathrooms and the hospitals and what have you, putting trans women in the same spaces as men is demonstrably dangerous, whereas putting them in the same spaces as women is circumstantially dangerous so far, only looking at given accounts or one specific bit or another.
But does that not matter that women's safety is being placed at risk as a result of that?
By putting trans women in men's prisons, I agree completely.
And why is it, but there's socially, it's so unacceptable for women to speak up about this. If they say anything in favor of their own safety, they're deemed transphobic.
But there's literally no evidence at present of it compromising their safety, and there is evidence of it severely compromising the safety of the trans woman, who also deserve to not be raped. How can you say there's
no evidence when there are women saying that this is happening to them? We see this happening in prisons.
I'm sorry, are you a doctor? Wait, are you a doctor? That's not how you form.
Doctor. I'm not a medical doctor, but I can do statistics.
No. That's not statistics. Evidence of news cases. I can find news cases of anything happening anywhere.
Okay, there was a study in the UK of unisex.
I'm familiar. Oh, sorry, please.
Of unisex changing rooms and how this did actually increase. I have it in the end of gender. I can't think off the top of my head the statistic, but it did actually increase the sexual assaults.
But that's not trans women and women. That's men and women.
But the self-identification aspect opens the door. No, I'm not saying it's trans women who are doing this. I'm saying, but it's opening up the door to the possibility. And I've totally there with you. I think we do need to have the evidence, right? There should be proper studies done. But how will those studies be done in this climate? Do you think that it would be even possible?
Easily.
Do you know how outraged people will be that you would even consider that gender self-identification may potentially lead to these outcomes?
It's not controversial to study these things in the sociological fields. There's often been a claim from, not to draw a comparison, race realists, people of the position that different races are of different inherent levels of intelligence, that the reason the scientists won't publish the studies, of course they do publish the studies, but this is the narrative, they won't publish the studies is because there's some sort of internal pressure against, like they can't do it. It's the PR is too bad. They won't be allowed to. In reality, sociologists do whatever the hell they want. It would be actually quite trivial to see whether or not instances of documented sexual assault increase significantly after the change of a policy. You could do it without even really tackling the trans. You wouldn't even have to introduce any discrete categories, only reports. But as of the moment, we're in a situation now where trans women, we know they're far more likely to be abused if they're placed in men's spaces. We don't know that there's an increase in harm predicated on them being put in women's spaces. And given that environment, to me, the idea that, we should just ignore the evidence, ignore the science and go like, oh, well, keep trans women in men's spaces. It's just lunacy to me. I mean, why?
What about offenders who identify as male up until the point where they are arrested? Once they go into custody, they identify as female. So these are, say, sexual offenders who have raped women, who identify as female. They're going to be housed in a women's prison. And then we do see that some of these male-born rapists who are housed in women's prisons because they identify as female, then go back to identifying as male once they are released into the community. And I for people listening, I mean, my audience knows this, but
see, that's the thing, is that like she keeps on trying to bring this back to not trans people being rapists in any way, shape, or form, but just this aspect of self-identification, and then rules being placed around with whose only criteria is self-identification, and the dangers that that could pose to somebody with nefarious intent, like a male rapist, which has happened. And so they can't. He can't sit there and just say, "Well, it's just such a minimal, insignificant, immeasured risk." No, it's
Happened
very
on
real.
several occasions, and she tried to bring it up, and his response was, "Are you a doctor?" Like, no, but that doesn't take a doctor to identify.
Nope.
Like, I mean, people are saying that this is happening. Does it take a doctor to? Oh, what the fuck does that question mean? Like, you have to be a doctor in order to, when a woman says that she was raped in a male, I mean, they do, I assume that they do rape kits when this kind of shit happens. So, I mean, is he really claiming that the evidence just isn't there?
And then he just creates these barriers for what is considered evidence and what counts as evidence.
But for people who may not be aware, I used to work with violent offenders and sexual offenders. So I do have experience working with forensic populations, and this is where my concern is coming from, because I know that these people are very antisocial and they will do whatever they have to do to get access to more victims. So does that lead to a pause in your mind in terms of, I agree with you, and I am concerned about trans women being housed in men's prisons and being at a greater risk of being violated. But I, at the same time, don't think it should be, okay, well, then we'll just, anyone who wants to go into the women's prisons or into women's spaces should be allowed to, without question.
I think it's an interesting hypothetical, but one which at moment doesn't bear much statistical relevance. It's sort of like the, what about someone faking going into the restrooms or what have you? Though obviously this is a bit more significant because instead you'd be housed in a prison for some time. The question is, to what extent would a person be willing to do such a thing? People have pretty strong attachments to their gender identity. And, as a man, I can't imagine I'd be very comfortable in a women's prison. I mean, if you could cartoonify the whole thing.
It's more posh, though, for you.
It is, but it's also, it's not as though prisons for either sex are particularly accommodating. This is a hypothetical concern, which I think warrants real discussion. I do think there's a legitimate possibility of predation based on these preconceptions.
Wait, you okay? So discuss it. Like, I like how he says it warrants real discussion, but doesn't actually discuss it. She was asking him what he felt about that sort of situation and the concern to protect women from that sort of situation. And his response is to say, well, it's a hypothetical concern and it warrants discussion. It's like, okay, well, she was asking you to discuss it. So fucking have at it, homie.
Yeah, and calling it hypothetical is a joke. Like, it's happened. It's not hypothetical anymore. This is a real world scenario.
Yeah. But now he's just prime dancer dancing around the point.
But I have to go with the evidence follows, or with the evidence leads me, I suppose. I have to follow. And at the moment, the greatest concern that we have actual evidentiary claims for is with regards to the safety of trans women. And if it does turn out there ends up being some significant issue of these like fake, like rapes going up because of people fake identifying or whatever, then I think it would warrant examination. I imagine the easiest solution would just be to impose the same standards that people do for medical transition, which is that you have to live as your gender for a given length of time before they'll allow for stuff like bottom surgery. Meaning that if you're a rapist and you've been living as a woman for several years before being arrested, that seems like a fairly compelling bit of evidence right there that you might actually be a woman, unless you were anticipating being arrested and being sent to jail, years later after your court date finally comes up. Whereas if you just say like right on the spot, actually I'm a woman, maybe they would disregard that. I'd be interested to see how it plays out.
And your point about how sociological research could be done on this, I would say, okay, maybe in some disciplines in which there's an expectation as to what they will find with their findings, because I know this was another point that you brought up in the video you did. I do not think in this climate, there may be exceptions, but it is extremely difficult for objective researchers and scientists to even pursue questions that go against activism. It's next to impossible.
I don't think that.
What is that based on?
Well, I have a decent number of academic friends, and
What
I'm
is
only a
that based
bachelor's
on?
myself, which is hardly an academic, so I can't speak from personal experience.
If you got some black friends too, Vaush, does that give you some insights to the black community? Come on, man. Like, I got some academic friends, and they say that it's all hunky dory and that you can just question everything. Yeah, they're lefties like me, but they say that they're accepting of people disagreeing with them.
But oftentimes there's this weird conflation where it's like the researchers are beholden to the activists, but then somehow the activists are in agreement with almost every major medical institution in the United States. So it's actually the researchers who are the activists, in which case you'd think they wouldn't be beholden to anyone because they're acting ideologically in line with the group you'd expect to be pressured.
I don't want to cut you off. Is it possible that these organizations have also been influenced by the activists?
Influenced, sure, but to the extent that it's compromised the validity of their research, no, I think that's conspiratorial. It's a long-standing.
No, I think that's conspiratorial. Oh, fuck you!
This is so fucking smug and so fucking dismissive.
Fuck you! I think it's conspiratorial to say that. Of course you would. Of course you would. You don't agree with it.
Yeah. It's really convenient for the ideology that is dominant to say, well, people saying that it's like it's impossible to question that. No, I mean, sure, we're on top, but like it's not a conspiracy. It's just conspiratorial, and they're conspiracy thinking for thinking that we're trying to keep them down. But also, if you question that, it's just because we're right. It's just because we should be here. Like, come on, man.
The idea that research can be compromised by activism is like a well-documented thing, but this one's pure. It's conspiratorial.
Sexuality from the DSM
so funny.
Was because of activist pressure, and that in reality they all knew being gay is a mental illness, and they only took it off because of political pressure. In the absence of evidence, I can't say so. I think that the research on trans people, the sort of prevailing attitude, is consistent across disciplines for a reason, and it's because most of this stuff is borderline common sense. I don't think the activists hold much sway in what can or can't be researched.
What would you say to someone who's
You have to
lost their
fucking
job
laugh at
as a
that. Like,
result of
where does he think the
activists
money
harassing
for
them
the
and putting
research
pressure?
comes from?
Yeah.
Like, where does he think they get this funding from? Of course they can influence what's researched and the outcomes. Like, we see it all the time that bad research gets done trying to find a certain outcome, and you follow the fucking money and see who's funding it, and you understand why the research is flawed or why it's been compromised. It happens all the time.
Yeah, and it's especially rich for Vaush to take this stance, talking to Debra Soh, just because she's about to talk about a little bit about that.
I don't think the activists hold much sway in what can or can't be researched.
What would you say to someone who's lost their job as a result of activists harassing them and putting pressure on their institution to fire the person?
Well, I know Libs of TikTok is doing plenty of that work right now. So,
Vaush, she's talking about herself.
If it was a victim of their thing, I would say I'm sorry for the harassment you've gotten.
Well, okay, but let's not make it an even across the board thing, right? What would you? It's serious. If someone loses their job because they're pursuing research that they are genuine, it's not hateful. They're.
I think she was. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I feel like she was ran out of academia. I could be assuming something on her part, but I felt like she was speaking from personal experience.
In wanting to know what the truth is, and they lose their job because they ask the question. Is that fair?
As a socialist, there are plenty of people in my ideological tradition who have legitimately lost their jobs due to the questions they felt worth asking. In my experience, and again, I understand this sounds...
And I agree with you across the board politically. I don't think it matters if someone's on the left or right. That shouldn't be happening.
I think it matters what they're being fired for. Them Libs of TikTok people, that's getting people fired just for being gay or trans or whatever, oftentimes. But
I disagree, but okay.
Well, I know. But with regards to the the activism thing, 99% of the time when I see somebody in academia who is fired for the boldness of the research, they were academic with very strong formed political conceptions that were influencing their work, and they realized they could make more money being a social figure or a public advocate for their political positions than remaining within academia. Recently did this, an entirely unremarkable man in terms of his academic contributions. He got famous for lying about Bill C-16 in Canada, and since then has made his way as a...
Wait, wasn't Jordan Peterson one of the most like widely cited psychological researchers in his fields before all of this went down? I don't know a lot about Jordan Peterson's like psychological career, but I feel like he was a fairly like he wasn't nobody before all this happened.
He absolutely wasn't nobody, and it's really funny that somebody like Vaush is trying to
Who is
call
nobody
Jordan
academically.
Peterson. Yeah, he is fucking nobody academically. He knows academics, according to him. Trying to claim that Jordan Peterson was like nobody before all this happened. I mean, what? Just because he hadn't heard of him, like who the fuck is this guy?
He's fucking so far up his own.
Self-help guru, and now of course he makes far more money doing that than he ever could acting as a professor. But when he was on his way out, he published a big article about how academia has left him behind and he wasn't allowed to do X or Y and blah blah. And to be honest, I don't really buy it. It's an origin myth, a creation story. Why are you out here spreading the gospel? Well, it's because academia couldn't handle the truth. Well, what was the truth? And then you look and, well, I think that sociologists and biologists have mostly free reign to determine what they're interested in looking at.
You can continue what you were saying here. I was hoping that this conversation was going to be cordial, but you can go ahead with the point you were making in my case. What were you going to say?
Oh, wait, am I speaking about... I'm not speaking about you. I was speaking... I'm
well,
not familiar...
After you finished talking about... thought you were making a point about me. So if not, that's fine.
Oh, no, my apologies. I didn't mean to imply that. No, I'm not familiar with the work that you... I know...
See? I knew it. I knew she was like trying to give him the fucking hint that like, yo, what would you say to a person who says that they were fired over this and that? And he's like, well, I'd say that they're just shielding for, you know, getting a career for themselves after being run out for being a bigot. And she's like, okay, so go ahead and tell me about my bigotry that I deserve to be run out of academia for. And he's like, oh shit, yep. I didn't even realize we were having this fucking conversation. I did fucking, come on, buddy. How could you not see this? When she said, what would you say to a person whom this has happened to? Right? And this guy just had no idea that she was like, listen, buddy, like you can tell me, why was I fired? If the academic fucking if the academic orthodoxy and enforcement of academic orthodoxy to align with the activists doesn't exist, and so tell me how this works then. And he's like, well, you know, just these people want to make careers for themselves as pundits and as victims, and they ham it up. Buddy, did you not realize the conversation you were having?
Apparently not. I think the problem is that he's so far up his own ass that he didn't consider for his... He walked right into that. I mean...
Hi from Mexico. Bienvenido. All right. Vaush, really? Yeah, Vaush.
I know what you did. I'm not familiar with the actual research you've done. In my experience, it's very difficult to ascertain the sincerity of people's claims to that effect with regards to censorship or the effects of political activism, what have you. Now, does it happen? The question to this, or if the answer is undeniably yes, it does. You know.
But now you gotta say that, buddy.
Now he can say yes.
That's not what you were claiming before, bud.
I don't know if it happens along a line or through a pattern substantial enough to verify the conspiratorial belief that the output of these institutions must be weighted heavily and distorted by the effects of activism, if that makes any sense.
Oh, bullshit.
I mean, I disagree with you. I'm thinking of some of the points that you made in your video in terms of, I think there's this perception that for those of us who do go against the orthodoxy and we talk about this and people will say, well, look at the opportunities you're getting. How can you say you've been canceled or silenced because you're still getting these opportunities? You know, in my case, you know, getting to talk on the largest podcast in the world. But what goes on behind the scenes, people don't always see that. And I think people don't necessarily see how much harder some of us have to work in order to get those opportunities. Whereas if you were saying the right thing, you wouldn't be losing opportunities, or you would be getting more invitations to do things, or people would not be afraid to be associated with you. And so I would ask you and I would ask your audience to maybe consider that what you see may be the highlight reel of someone's career, right? But it's not necessarily what's going on behind the scenes. And also there are many things that have happened in my case that I don't talk about publicly just because I'm a private person. And I'm also someone who doesn't want to be seen as complaining, because I do feel very lucky to be in the position that I'm in. Go ahead.
It's not my intention to be dismissive with regards to that. I know people who have been legitimately fired for what I would consider unjustified grievances from academia. You know, it's only that narrative, and the thing that I'm very cautious about is the idea that the product of academic institutions, of the research on the subject, is invalid because they silence internal dissent. And this is very non-falsifiable from a broad perspective because, of course, we don't actually know the specific reason most people get fired, right? I mean, a lot of it really is up to sort of you had to be there. It's not always easy to ascertain, especially as a non-expert. So when that narrative is constructed, it gives leeway to a lot of really bad subsequent ideas. In terms of where the research is at right now on the trans issue with regards to trans athletics or the sex differences or what have you, from whom I've spoken to, I do believe that the research is legitimately unclouded by political bias, because
of course,
in addition to me having spoken with those people and having done a lot of
you would.
research
It's only
on
like
realism,
it's only a hugely polarizing issue. There's no way it's a little clouded by activism or anything like that. No.
How could it be?
You know,
you can't even talk about it on the internet without getting
can
canceled.
In the modern day, publishing like, well, here are the average IQs of different.
And then he himself says that like the people that it's most popular with are just a bunch of bigots who don't actually care about the things that they're caring about, and they're just doing this disingenuously. Like it's so funny that to me that he simultaneously claims a problem doesn't exist and also embodies it completely at the same time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Racial groups and not get canceled for it. You know, I think more leeway is given than people think. You know, if anything, the social media space is the one which curtails the greatest degree of fervent cancellation, because a lot of the stuff that goes by in academia just ignores public notice.
Well, I would say from my experience and the colleagues that I still talk to who are in academia, they tell me they cannot pursue this line of research unless it's very, very clear in advance what they're going to find, and that it's going to be something that's positive towards trans activism.
Well, what line? Like what if a study was to be done?
So you alluded earlier about, say, childhood transition. I know that's another area we disagree about. Any study that could potentially, that even looks at the question of what are the outcomes, and is it possible that childhood transition may not be beneficial for these kids, right? Because I'm sure I talk about this all the time, how all the research we currently have shows that most kids outgrow their feelings of gender dysphoria. So it makes sense to wait until they reach puberty if they want to make such a decision about transition. I fully support transitioning in adults if that's someone's choice. Do they what? Have to wait till puberty?
Well, the purpose of a pediatric psychiatrist with regards to gender issues would be to determine which cases of gender non-congruity are ones worthy of hormone blockers, right? I mean, I've seen this.
But they don't really like determine which ones are and which ones aren't. They just believe the kid when he says it. And they go ahead with it. That's the problem, is that there doesn't seem to be any sort of process by which you actually differentiate people who and you know, this is like the problem with doing it with hormone blockers too. Again, like she stated, most kids who are prepubescent grow out of their feelings of dysphoria by the time they reach pubescence. And so this idea that we need to block pregnancy, right? Or pregnancy, sorry, fucking puberty, that we need to delay it because the kid claims that he's trans or she's trans, whichever, sort of flies in the face of the fact that this might be a thing that they just grow out of. If you believe them too early and you start administering life-altering drugs from one of the biggest changes in our body that we ever experience in our lives, then there's going to be detrimental outcomes. It's not that hard. It's not that outrageous.
And you want to talk about you want to talk about activism, like pushing shit. The amount of money that pharmaceutical companies make off of lifelong like trans people, because you have to take hormones forever in order to keep your body
That's a residual
healthy
income right there.
once you transition. It is literally a $1 million industry. I mean, they're trying to make it one. If it's not already, they're trying to make it a $1 million industry.
Yeah, there's no
You're talking
surprise
about
there.
people, and it's over their entire lifetime. So I say $1 million industry, a single person over their entire lifetime probably is going to spend millions of dollars on pharmaceuticals for that purpose. Like if they're transitioning.
Yeah, either they will or their insurance will. It's like the pharmaceutical company will receive through all that business.
You're a pharma cash cow. Like you're 100% a pharma cash cow. And so I just I don't see there being any kind of reality to the claim that there's just no stock in activists pushing this kind of stuff. It's like, well, no, it's just like lobbyists. Like they have an agenda, and that agenda is to make money.
And the fact of the fucking matter is that, Vaush, you're not fooling the lady who was a sex researcher, ran out of the field, and still has colleagues in that very field talking about that very subject.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're not gonna fool her. Like, you might be able to fool your audience, but she ain't gonna be fooled because she has firsthand knowledge of all of this. Your whole I have friends who are academics game is not gonna work here, my man.
Referring to.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's not as though the sample of gender dysphoric children they were looking at were every kid who had been given puberty blockers. It was every kid who tripped a number of labels for gender non-congruence or discomfort, which is something that's pretty common when you're young. Kids are whatever, they're figuring out their identity. But I mean, it's not as though you just go over to the clinic as a 12-year-old and they just pop you a bottle of hormones, right? You go through rigorous pediatric psychiatric analysis, and then maybe you get on hormone blockers. And then of the people who get on hormone blockers, the overwhelming majority decide to go on and take actual hormones to transition later on, which is in large part, I think, because the pediatric psychiatrists do a pretty good job. If you're in there getting appointments for like a year and you're talking to an expert and you're like that grounded, even as a kid, on your identity just not matching your birth sex, that to me seems like it's indicative, if nothing else, at least maybe of the validity of puberty blockers.
I would argue that clinicians cannot do an objective assessment in this climate, especially when they, in Canada, say they potentially face up to 5 years in prison if they do not affirm. That really ties a clinician's hands in terms of what types of questions they can ask and if they're going to be considered.
You mean
they
can't do conversion therapy?
But the term conversion therapy, there's a difference between conversion therapy for sexual orientation and gender identity, right? Although I know that they're lumped in together. So conversion therapy for sexual orientation, I don't support, because you cannot change someone's sexual orientation. So someone who's gay or bisexual cannot be made to be straight. But when it comes to gender can change, especially in young children who are developing. So if all of the research shows
how so?
How 11 or 12 studies show that children with gender dysphoria, as they get older and reach puberty, they're more likely to outgrow those feelings. Then why
gender
would
dysphoria isn't the same as
block
identifying as the other gender? though. It could, gender dysphoria isn't the same as identifying as the other gender, though. It can, but what we're talking about when we say gender dysphoria, I believe the study was just looking for like incongruence, you know, like a feeling of discomfort, dysphoria being a more pointed medical term. But with what they were talking
do you know
about in that study,
which study this was? Who are the, maybe don't say the authors, but which?
I did read it. I don't remember the name of the authors, though. I had to look it up in Google and look at the methodology. What I was looking at, though, it wasn't post-treatment. Like, these weren't children selected for puberty blockers, right? This was like a sort of pre-sampled list of children with feelings of gender incongruence.
And they did transition? Or was there, because the problem is with these studies, they also don't have a control group, right? So you don't know if there are any benefits. If the group of children who transition, they show benefits, you don't know if that's actually due to transition, because there isn't a control group of kids with gender dysphoria.
No, I think they
don't
didn't transition,
and that's what the problem is. They didn't transition. These are the desistants. You're talking about desistants.
Oh yeah. Thank you. Yeah, the desistance kids. Yeah. The issue I think that I have with this is that, like, you know, that's the point. You say, like, in this environment, a pediatric psychiatrist can't evaluate this, but that comes across as conspiratorial to me, because this is, again, that nefarious political and academic bias prevents.
Oh my God, he just calls everything conspiratorial if
you
can't fucking address it.
Yeah, it's like she's saying that this has happened to her and to her colleagues. So, I mean, yeah, you can dismiss it, but then, like, we don't give a shit about your analysis then, because it's shallow and dismissive.
That's the thing, is everything is just, it's all just out of hand dismissive. Oh, that's conspiratorial. That's conspiratorial. Like, he literally just dismisses this shit out of hand and just keeps rolling.
Yeah, that's his strategy. As long as he doesn't have to address the hypocrisy or the abuse from his side, then it don't exist.
Non-falsifiable. There's the only real way to debunk that claim would be to read people's minds, and the only way to address it would be to change the political environment to one you consider more favorable. But I'm in favor of Canada's law. I don't think that it's the place of any psychiatrist, if a person, let's say a boy, goes up to them and says, like, hey, I think I might be a girl, for the doctor to go like, no, actually, I think you're not. I think you're a boy. I think that research on that has proven that to be a very ineffective way of dealing with any underlying issues. The best thing that you can do is affirm and try to get underneath it at, like, any other concerns that might be present, and you try to understand the degree to which it's a sincere belief, as opposed to a sort of errant or flippant or otherwise unjustified self-perception.
But do you not think that children can have sincere beliefs and still be wrong? Because my concern is, if a child is blocking, if it's with puberty that they grow to be comfortable with their bodies, why would you block that process?
Well, first of all, I don't know how common it is for puberty to make people more comfortable with their bodies, but
that's
in terms of
literature shows in these kids.
Well, the literature showed their feelings change, but not that puberty and the pubescent changes which took place were the things that alleviated their dysphoria. I think
there was a study that actually showed.
Yeah, they just all happened to suddenly become comfortable with their bodies at puberty. It's a complete coincidence. It's not puberty that did it. They just all happened to come to the same feeling at the same development in their lives. Yeah, no, there's no evidence.
And the scientists themselves, of course, didn't think of that. They're like, yeah, we'll just stop here. We'll just research the correlation, but if there's causation, we'll just leave that alone.
There was a study that actually showed this, and the kid said, "Oh, with puberty, I grew comfortable in my body, and I realized I actually liked it."
Well, I may not have seen that. The earlier study with the desistance, I don't think specifically identified pubescent changes as the cause of those change in feelings, because it took place over a length of time. But with regards to that, it is possible for a child to be wrong, but, like, child self-diagnosis on mental issues is something that we have pre-existing care standards for. When a child has, like, depressive or psychosis, you know, like there are like psychological things up with the kid, you know, self-report. I mean, oftentimes it's the only thing that you can really do. But if you're getting these kids, like, appointments for years, and a professional is able to, you know, bring together, like, a strong argument, like, yeah, I think this is actually, like, you know, and then you get on the puberty blockers, and they're reversible, and you have some more time.
Fucking art, man. Shut the fuck up. I hate that. I hate that when they say, "Oh, those puberty blockers, they're reversible. If we
They're
make a
not
mistake,
reversible.
you can just do it over."
They're not reversible. People have talked about how they're causing long-term I mean, it doesn't make any sense on its face. They're reversible. What are you gonna go through puberty, uh, like later than everybody else, and you think that that's not gonna cause some I mean, what the fuck is this guy talking about?
There was a book about this that the leftists just hated so much. What was it called? Oh yeah, irreversible damage.
Is Vaush a doctor? Like now that
buddy.
since that's standard, are you a doctor?
And that's the funny thing is that now he could deny. He's like, oh yeah, and like academia and activists, they just have no control over what's actually perceptible and what's cancelable and stuff. And that book, Irreversible Damage, again was banned off of Amazon for a short period of time because of activists. They did eventually bring it back. I think it was like about a week or something that it was banned, but still, like just the fact that they were able to change that this is just supposed to be like a place to buy books, right? And Irreversible Damage got like either #1 or in the top 5 or a really high position in like the sex and gender category or whatever in Amazon books. And the fucking activists were livid because it basically talks about how these like prepubescent changes cause irreversible damage and are very detrimental to development.
And feel however you want about yourself. And right now, the evidence that we have is the majority of people, overwhelming majority, who get on puberty blockers transition, and the overwhelming majority of people who transition are happy about it and don't regret it. So it seems like we're on a good track right now. If we get loose with our standards and it's like kids are getting their hormone blocker Skittles like 2 weeks in or something, and it's just they're just firing it left and right, then that's I agree there should be a sort of strenuous vetting process, especially for children. But at the moment, it seems like the track is running quite well, and that people are benefiting from it, from the data that we have. But you would claim that they're not allowed to publish data that would make the results look bad. So see, it comes across kind of non-falsifiable.
And also, like, there's detransitioners all the time, and they talk about how the doctors basically just agreed with them and didn't question it at all and just went with anything that they fucking said, and then they turned out to really, really regret that fucking decision.
And they talk about the irreversible damage that it caused.
Yep.
It's like, well, then how could I ever prove the validity of the process, right?
I can see that point. I think my perspective is different because, and I have to say, for many of the topics that we've been debating, I very much held your belief previously, and that's part of what made me want to write my book, because I thought I totally understand where people are coming from, and I'm definitely very sympathetic to these issues. Like for me especially, I thought, well, it makes sense for a child if they have gender dysphoria. Why wouldn't you want to prevent them from having to undergo this process that's going to create them more distress? But then after I read these studies and I worked in the field, not with children, but just in sex research and doing research around gender and sexual orientation more broadly, realized that, there's a side to this that is not being talked about publicly, or it's being shunned. And so I support transition in pubescent kids. If they do reach puberty and they're uncomfortable still and that gender dysphoria persists, then I think that's their business, that's their family's business. And I don't think, it makes me uncomfortable when I don't think lawmakers should be getting really involved in that case. But right now in the climate that we're in, I see it as really, really difficult, if not impossible, for people to do this, make these assessments objectively. With regard to, I don't want to stay on this topic, we're already over time, so
my apologies.
No, that's okay. But I with regard to you saying that blockers are, I think you said they're reversible, there has been research.
2 caveats to my knowledge.
Okay, do you want to say what the caveats are?
Oh, sure. One is valid, one isn't. Bone density. I know that there can be a variance in bone density after puberty blockers, that starting on them later. Apparently, getting on the puberty blockers earlier actually lowers the reduction of bone density, which is counterintuitive, but there's a whole graph that I remember seeing on it. There could be some degree of variance. The other is of IQ, but that I think is a research error. because the IQ variances that we have for the effects of puberty blockers were done on children who had prepubescent puberty, or what do they call it? Early onset puberty, which was research
Precocious
done in the
puberty.
Precocious, thank you. Yeah, 80s and 90s, right? And what they found was that because they were going through precocious puberty, they were experiencing a sudden jump in brain development earlier than a lot of kids of their age, which led to them doing better on IQ test scores for their age. When they got on the treatments that mitigated the early puberty development, because that process slowed, their IQ leveled out as the IQ tests grew more difficult as they grew older, and they returned to the mean before eventually resuming. So it's not that their IQ dropped, it's that their abnormally fast increase abated as a product of the, but those are the two that I'm aware of. It's bone density and IQ, but the IQ thing I don't think is the concern.
And it's also not possible for us to say it's causation because, like I said, with these studies, they aren't randomly assigning the kids into treatment versus non-treatment, and there isn't a control group of kids with gender dysphoria who don't undergo the treatment. So any of these studies nowadays with kids with gender dysphoria, they're always going to be given the treatment because it's seen unethical to withhold treatment from them. So my point in saying that is that we can't say any of this is causal. But there was another study that showed in an animal model that spatial memory is affected. My concern with all this is just, I think, on the same page as you, I think research needs to be objective. There should not be any intimidation involved, any coercion. Researchers should not feel scared for their careers as a result. I know that you're skeptical as to whether that's the case, but from my perspective, that's where I'm coming from with this. And then the other point I wanted to make was with regard to detransition. So one of the young women I interviewed for my book, she said that she was able to access cross-sex hormones with one 1-hour appointment. And I do think the number of detransitioners is growing.
Then that's fucking insane, right? That you can get hormones after having a 1-hour conversation with a doctor as a kid.
Yeah. And especially for something that's that I mean, it's
life altering.
irreversible, Yeah.
Growing. My sense is you would disagree with that.
I think the number is going to grow because the number of trans people is going to grow for sure. That had to be an adult, right? There's no way 1-hour appointment for like a kid. That would have had to be an adult, correct?
I can't remember her age. I think it's in my book. I think she was, I don't know if I want to say. Let me. You go.
Oh yeah, you don't have to specify. I was just curious because I know at least here in the U.S. the protocol is very strict in a lot of respects for like the referring of this to the other. I know they can do it in 16 in the UK because that's their age of majority, which it's weird because 16-year-olds are babies, but
I believe in your country because I'm Canadian. It can be 15 in some states.
I didn't know that. Oh, I didn't know you were Canadian. I mean, I'd have to look into the. It could be the medical age of consent. I know the medical age of consent is different from the age majority. Whatever the case may be, with regards to detransition, detransitioning is relatively rare. The data that we have on the effects of cross-sex hormones and surgery is quite positive from everything that I've seen. It doesn't mean detransitioning is not something to be looked at. It's worth noting that from the studies.
You see, he always does this. Every single time he's caught with something that like factually undermines his narrative, he says relatively rare, statistically not a concern, just a whole what are called weasel words. There are these sort of words that are thrown in to generalize what would normally be a very specific claim. It's like what they'll do sometimes with like cops in the news articles where they're like the suspect was in a officer involved shooting in which a bullet ended up in his head rather than the cop shot the dude in the head. And then there's weasel words are more nefarious than that because they use a lot of like some and maybe and a bit. It's so like it's just basically to avoid making a solid claim. They vagify it and they they insert these words just to make it was like, well, no, I never claimed that all of this is definitely not the case. I just said that some of it is maybe mostly untrue.
Yeah, they leave themselves wiggle room so that later, if they get caught in a lie, they can
But the consequences, they just don't say anything at all, really. They're just saying a vague sentence of fucking nothing.
Right.
Things I've seen, the majority of people who are detransitioning are doing so not because they're not the identity they transitioned into, but because of social or medical barriers preventing them. I believe there's a breakdown. I think this one's actually on Wikipedia, where one of the a study was done, and it was something like 80 to 90% of the people detransitioning who listed why it was because lack of support, medical barriers, not enough money, which is heartbreaking. That being said, there are going to be people who I guess we would call it like a proper detransition, like, they're like, oh wait, no, never mind, fully back. And I think those people should be afforded the exact same degree of medical and social care and support as I would for trans people, or as anyone else should for trans people, because that's got to be incredibly difficult too. It is a very strenuous process, at least for young people at the moment, to transition. I think that it's a decision that should not be made lightly, but invariably with anything like this, there are going to be people calling takesies backsies. And I think that, that's unfortunate. It's also inevitable, and we should do everything we can to make those people's lives good, the detransitioners.
Yeah, they're just asking for a little takesies backsies. What can you say? God.
And I agree with you that if someone is detransitioning because they can't access care, or if it's because of stigma, I don't think that's good. And I think that we should be more compassionate and supportive in that case. But if you look at the research that has been published on detransitioners, many of them will say it's because they had internalized homophobia. So many of them, say for the individuals born female, are lesbian. They're not comfortable with the fact that they're attracted to women. So they wanted to transition to male because they felt that'd be more socially acceptable to be a man who is sexually interested in women. Or it's because of sexual trauma. So as, again, women having experienced sexual abuse or sexual assault and not feeling comfortable with their bodies, or being dissociated from their bodies and wanting to escape that.
Is this that Abigail Shrier thing? What was that one book?
Abigail Shrier's book?
Was it Schreier?
Well,
what was it?
I don't want to speak for Abigail. I do talk about this research in my book as well. It's Lisa Littman's research. And it shows that there are, in terms of rapid onset gender dysphoria, the reasons why young women are so quickly gravitating to this label of wanting to be transgender or non-binary and living as men, only to change their mind event later. Once there comes, I think, a greater understanding or self-acceptance of whatever the underlying reason for them wanting to take on that identity was, which is not to say that trans men don't exist or that trans people don't exist, of course. And I'm also, I try to be very mindful and responsible when I talk about this, because I do recognize that there are some people who will say, well, because some people change their mind and detransition, then why should we let anybody transition at all? But I don't agree with that. I do think it's important, though, to talk about what's happening right now with this, in terms of this population, because they are making some decisions that may not ultimately be good for them. It's tearing families apart. The parents, this is another area that you might be skeptical of, but I hear from so many parents who are saying they can't talk to their kids. Their kids are essentially, being protected by the state. They cannot, don't have any say in terms of their care. And for a parent, I mean, that's terrifying, I'm sure.
I totally get that. I do want to say, though, with regards to a counterpoint, is that Littman's research is utterly without integrity and shouldn't be trusted. The term rapid onset gender dysphoria came from a study where Littman did a question survey of moms who frequented websites oriented around parents of trans children who didn't like the fact that their children were trans. A psychiatric evaluation into a group being done by polling their disapproving parents is like the bad joke version of how you would do a sociological study. I think that the fact that that study got published, and worse, peer reviewed, is like actually a bigger strike against legitimacy of academia than anything else I've ever heard, including that James Lindsay, let's publish those so and so fake sociological articles to prove how bad the discipline is. Oh God, the idea.
For the record,
that, like,
I thought James's investigation was brilliant, but we disagree on that, and I'll talk about Lisa's work as well. But go ahead.
I think he's a loon, and he's been running for me, but I'll get him one of these days. With regards to the Lippmann stuff,
I would love to hear his criticism of the grievance studies papers, because they were fantastic, and they were so fantastic that academia thought that they were fantastic. You remember them, right?
Vaguely.
Like the most famous one was the Mein Kampf, the feminist Mein Kampf one.
Yeah.
There was also the what was it? The what's the term? The dog park rape culture thing that was going on, because they had claimed that the study had claimed that it had spent like a year at dog parks examining the interactions between dogs and the reactions that the owners had to those interactions, and whenever whenever dogs had like homosexual acts, and like how the humans would respond to it. It was this whole fucking thing that was like, it was so fucking dumb, because like it had claimed to spend like an inordinate amount of time at dog parks and examining like dog genitals, and it was just so stupid and patently just ridiculous. But my favorite one that like hardly gets talked about whenever people talk about like the whole grievance studies like a debacle or like a thing, one of the studies was about how I might want to, I almost want to pull it up, but it would take too long to do. It was like it was talking about how it was basically that they had worded it, or they had like framed it in such a way that it was basically like this meta observance of how like acceptable like outsiders could be in like faking this whole thing. So it was like a super like self-referential paper in terms of like talking about what's going on, but in such a way that basically meant that like, because they had published and affirmed this, if people were to criticize them after the fact, it would actually reaffirm the claims of the paper. And so it's basically, it's like, in order to criticize it, you would have to prove it correct, sort of deal. And it was really brilliantly well done, and I really do want to pull it up because I don't remember, like, I really want to be accurate in terms of the what the claims were. So I'm gonna pull it up maybe on the other screen real quick while it's still playing, while the other video is playing.
This isn't a study even worth considering. It's a psychiatric evaluation by polling disapproving parents. You might as well get like an evaluation on race and IQ by polling like white Southern what are they called, country club members. It's just meaningless in terms of like where these
Can I make a point about the parents before you move to your next point?
Sure, but you have to recognize, of course, that a psychiatric evaluation done by polling disapproving parents is a ridiculous way to conduct. Like, so the parents say that it was because of internalized homophobia. How could you possibly? I mean, sure, they could say that, perhaps, but of what relevance is that to actual scientific inquiry?
But I don't think it's fair to label these parents as transphobic, because many of them would say they didn't care whether their child was trans or not. They didn't care about the outcome. And many of them were in the study, it says that they were very much in favor of equal rights for gay people and for gay marriage. And many of them, I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but were self-identified as Democrats. So these are not parents who are anti-trans.
This is indefensible research. The researcher Lippmann literally went out of their way looking for websites which are opposed in some way to trans, whether they always say this, right? It's like, well, I was a Democrat. A lot of these people are TERFs, you know? A lot of these people were.
Okay, well, I would say turf is a slur, but
TERF is absolutely not a slur. It's not a discriminatory characteristic. It's only a smear against a person's political affiliation, which, I mean, you might as well say Nazi is a slur if we're going down that road. I mean, I do mean it with all negativity intended, but not a slur. Nothing against women. There are TERF men that I've talked to, and they're fun too. Anyway, no,
I don't know why that label is necessary. I feel like we can have the discussion without having to insult people.
It's what they are. I could call them transphobes, which they also are, which I would
that's
also
an
intend
insult,
with
right?
Well, right. Well, you can't say TERF is a slur. Yeah, it's an insult, sure, but I find their positions insulting. They exist in a manner which I think hurts marginalized people. I mean, you wouldn't take issue with somebody being called racist if they were a racist, right?
But racist is more of a descriptive term, whereas transphobic, or I feel like any disagreement with this narrative gets you labeled as something disparaging. I don't think
this is also what racists say when you impose the narrative of racial equality on them. I mean, that's what everyone says, right? It's like, well, you're insulting me by accusing me of being bigoted, and I'm not bigoted. I'm only disagreeing with this new trend. Well, that's what every bigoted
but
group
this
says.
Goes to my point earlier of, is it possible to be critical of trans ideology without, does that necessarily mean that you hate trans people?
He's literally proving her right.
Yeah, it's so funny that he can simultaneously deny the reality of something that he's reaffirming adamantly. And here I found the getting it. Come on, can you get put into the, there you go. Okay. It was this one right here. It was by far the most brilliant one that I read from the entire list of papers, and I feel like it's the least talked about. And so it's called "The Joke Is on You: A Feminist Perspective on How Positionality Influences Satire." They made a fake name for it. They used a person, but like used his name with his permission, I guess. But they used a different email address from his actual email address, so that way it's not, he doesn't get emailed about all this shit.
Right.
And it's part of feminist philosophy and feminist epistemology, which I believe this is the study of knowledge, if I remember correctly. Epistemology. And so this paper argues that social justice activists can make fun of others, but no one is allowed to make fun of social justice. Specifically, it argues that satirical or ironic critique of social justice scholarship are unethical, categorized by ignorance, and rooted in a desire to preserve privilege. Most importantly, this paper demonstrates that we know the arguments feminist philosophers might make to criticize our study. In common parlance, we have therefore proved that we can steelman the case feminist philosophy would make against us, and we obviously do not think that argument is sufficient to discredit our project. And so he's like, in that sense, we consider this paper the flagship of our study and consider it to be the most important one. And so the purpose element is kind of the real like brilliance of it. And so so one thing about this is that, obviously it makes, like what they said before, that it argues that satirical, ironic critique of social justice scholarship is unethical. And they argue this, this is just a summary. They're saying that it argues this, but they actually make like point by point, points and arguments to support this. And so their purpose is that there's simply no acceptable way to critique social justice scholarship, even if one engages fully and knowledgeably with the ideas, to the extent of having a paper on them published in a leading academic journal. So that basically they're saying, even if you're smart enough to get published in a feminist paper or in a progressive paper like this, it is not acceptable for you to critique social justice, and it is unacceptable for you to do so. But the next part, this paper is also to anticipate and show understanding of feminist epistemological arguments against our project, and to demonstrate their high estimation in the field by having them accepted in leading academic journals of philosophy. That is to say, to criticize our work that way, they have to cite us. it is also ironically titled "The Joke Is on You." So that is to say, if they're going to criticize this project itself for being unacceptable, they have to cite the paper where they themselves argued the very point and use their feminist knowledge to pass for real feminists in the field. And so it's like this layered, again, it's like in order to criticize us, you have to use our own scholarship to do it.
Incredible.
And of course, selected reviewer comments. This paper is well written, accessible, and clear, and engages in important scholarship in relevant ways. Given the emphasis on positionality, the argument clearly takes power structures into consideration and emphasizes the voice of marginalized groups, and in this sense can make a contribution to feminist philosophy, especially around the topic of social justice pedagogy, which is pedagogy, I think, is the the philosophy of how you structure teaching the subject, and how you structure the educational progress of everything.
Okay.
That's what I believe. I could look it up in a second, but yeah, the topic is an excellent one. Would make an excellent contribution to feminist philosophy and be of interest to Hypatia readers. Yeah, excellent and very timely article, especially nice connection with pedagogy and activism. So yeah, that was my favorite. And you can't tell me that that's not a fucking fantastic premise. That's not a fantastic way to engage with the social justice activism. But yeah, he of course has all kinds of negative feelings about James Lindsay, and she is a person who has interacted with James Lindsay personally, of course, and has been on podcasts with him and stuff. So it's so funny to me the degree to which she's speaks disparagingly about these things that she has personal knowledge about.
I argue with trans people all the time on my platform. There are plenty of,
but that's why I disagree with calling things transphobic, because to me, when you call something transphobic, no, I think it exists, but I think many things that are not coming from a place of hating trans people are being lumped in as being hateful.
So it's not about hate. Bigotry doesn't have to be about hate. There are plenty of people who don't hate Black people who are nonetheless racist. But if you take a look at, so right now the site Youth Trans Critical Professors or Professionals is private. But on Transgender Trend and Fourth Wave Now, you'll see plenty of things. Hate is certainly one of them, but that's not the predominant trend. The most you're going to see is a sort of contemptuous, paternalistic disapproval of the effect that trans ideology is having on the youth. But again, a psychiatric profile being done of trans people by polling their parents who disapprove of them being trans is wholly unworthy research. The opinions of those moms are worth literally less than nothing. I mean, it would be, again, like a profile on interracial marriage done by disapproving white fathers from suburbs in the 1960s. It's like,
I don't feel like these comparisons to race are apt, though, because the concerns about gender, there are, like in this case, this is a legitimate, not to me, this is a legitimate study. Lisa Littman should have been allowed to ask this question. There's this phenomenon of people transitioning very quickly out of the blue, no previous history of gender dysphoria. Why is that not a legitimate question to ask? And
Debra,
how is that considered similar to racism?
Conduct a psychological profile on a minority group by polling their disapproving parents. This is matter of factly ridiculous. If it was,
but she doesn't. She's not saying this is a psychological profile. I believe I don't want to speak for her, but I believe in the paper she acknowledges that this is not a clinical diagnosis. She's just doing a descriptive study, which is very typical.
It's a descriptive study on the psychological profile of these children's vis-a-vis their parents' report. That's where you just pulled the internalized homophobia thing, which I think is
that was a second study. That was not that study. That was a second study.
Oh, they both pull it then. It's a common narrative that I disagree with, though. The idea, like the idea that a person wants to avoid the stigma of being gay, so they transition. I'm sure it's happened. Actually, funnily enough, in Iran, the state will actually subsidize transition because it seems they're okay with trans people, but they're not okay with homosexuality. So if you're a homosexual man, they'll have you can transition to a woman and you can have a heterosexual relationship.
Is it that they can? do that, or that they're forced to do that.
Yeah.
Like they just give gay people an option there, or did they, or there's like the other option, go to prison or get hung.
Like they're not okay with it. The implication is that they push you off of a fucking roof, you know?
Yeah, I love when he just skates by things.
It's not exactly ideal, but it's just an interesting tidbit that would sort of play out in that way.
So, but what would make our culture different? What would make North America different?
We stigmatize trans people more than we do gay people, in a great many ways. Do you think
in this moment that's still true, though?
Yeah. God, wait, yeah, absolutely. Also, it's way easier to be gay than to be trans. I'm gay. I'm not trans. You know, being gay is as easy as which bars you go. It's not even that. You know, I'm being facetious, but you can, you know, the gay lifestyle, if anyone wants to call it that, you know, that's easy peasy. You can drop in and out. Transitioning, oh my God, it's expensive and time consuming, and you lose a bunch of your friends if they're not on board. The idea that people would do this flippantly, don't get me wrong, it happens, I'm sure. Take a large enough group of people and eventually somebody's going to do something like that. But is there like a statistical concern of people doing it flippantly to avoid the internalized feelings of shame they have over their homosexuality? I don't, from what I've seen, that doesn't seem to be the case. It seems, at the very least, counterintuitive to me. I mean, you would acknowledge that being trans is a lot harder than being gay, wouldn't you?
I think it is definitely much more of a, in terms of the process of transition, yes. I'm someone who grew up in the gay community. I'm straight, but I have had so many of my friends say to me that if they were growing up now, they think they would have transitioned to female as gay men.
Well, I mean, a lot of people, J.K. Rowling said that. I feel like a lot of people project their personal, you know, biases onto that until it bears out in existing research. I suppose we'll have to see. I mean, some
but
of the people who said that might be closeted.
In that study that I said, these girls are transitioning because they're not comfortable with being lesbian. They say that.
I would need to take a look at that study then. That one specifically I haven't seen, but I'd be interested.
I can send I'll send it to you.
Okay, I'd be delighted. Thank you. You know, barring my evaluation of that particular study, whatever data we do have, and again, I can't speak to the idea that some data is not being published or investigated thoroughly enough because it might procure bad results. But from the data we have, detransition isn't common. And when it happens, it's usually because of social stigma or medical barriers. At the end of the day, when we're talking about, you know, the existence of detransitioning people, we're just going to have to accept that their existence is an inevitable complement to the existence of people who medically transition. There's no way to have a medical procedure undertaken by so many people without some people looking to undo it in some fashion. And that doesn't mean that we shouldn't take an effort to minimize the number of people who unduly transition or to be supportive of.
Well, like we can take a look at things like breast augmentation, right? And like some people get them and then they regret it afterwards and they get them undone. But like if we took like a 14-year-old girl, who like thought, oh, you know, my boobs didn't grow big enough. Like I wish that they were, you know, bigger than they are now, you know, because it looks like they're done. Do we give them breast augmentation surgery? Or like, what about like a prepubescent girl who was like, oh, I want, you know, big boobs now? Like, do we just give them? Like, no. We wait.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. And if, you know, any doctor that did it would be seen as unethical.
A fucking weirdo. Yeah.
Also, yes.
Why the fuck are you doing that to kids, bro?
Detransitioners. It only means that I wish that their experiences wouldn't be sort of weaponized in a campaign to raise concerns over the extent to which we gatekeep people right now from transitioning. Most people agree, at least in the trans community, the gatekeeping as it stands is too significant. So it seems like, if anything, we need to go in the opposite direction.
I agree that I don't think the issue of detransitioning should be weaponized against trans people. I don't agree with that. But I think it goes back to the point I made earlier about clinicians feeling like they can't do their jobs properly. But I want to just let you have a chance to say, is there anything that you wanted to bring up? Because I know that we're over on time right now.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Oh goodness, well we are. Time flies when you're having fun. Well, I took a snipe at James Lindsay earlier, of course, which hardly my first. I saw some of your conversation with him,
Yeah,
and
he was on, just for people listening, he was on episodes 39 and 40. He was also on my podcast earlier on talking about different subjects, but more recently we're talking about political grooming and sexual grooming in schools.
yeah, that. Speaking of a lack of evidence, from what I say, and to your credit, by the way, you say this, in that conversation, but comprehensive sex education improves the lives of young people in basically every way, like in terms of use of contraception, lower pregnancy rates when you're young. And from the research that exists, which isn't much, unfortunately, but from what does exist, programs like that significantly reduce the amount of pedophilic predation against young people. You point this out too. It's much easier to call out stuff like that if you know broadly what's happening. In ignorance, predation reigns. But when young people have terminology they can use to describe what's happened to them or whatever, grim stuff like that. But the weaponization of these terms, I mean, you say political grooming. I have no idea what that means in terms of actual grooming, like the actual proper term for it. There's just no evidence of this being in any way correlated to like woke, like elementary school teachers or whatever. It's just another like big fear mongering bit. But I guess if you acknowledge that these comprehensive sex education programs are wholly beneficial, what's the concern?
So I'm trying to think how to best summarize this because I don't want to speak for James. I have to say that conversation definitely changed my perspective on many of how I feel about this issue, because as a former sex researcher, I've always been very much in favor of sex education. I think it's very important. And like you said, comprehensive sex education, I've always publicly been a big defender of it. But after talking to James, I realized that what is being taught in the classroom today is not reflective of these programs that were previously helpful to kids. And like you said, helping them have just proper names for their anatomy so that kids are able to protect themselves and they can acknowledge or identify when abuse is happening so they can report it. But now it's started to work in these ideas that are nonsensical and are a way of separating children from their parents in terms of the way they see the world. They have these particular views about sexuality and gender. And
Like what?
It's a way of like pretty much everything we've talked about in this conversation, things like gender fluidity, that children can be let's not talk about boys and girls, because if you are a little girl, you may not really be a little girl. I mean, that the possibility that a child is going to grow up to be a transgender adult is so statistically small, and I just don't think it's appropriate to be talking to kids about this stuff because it's very confusing for young children. I think if it's being taught to kindergartners, yes. I think up until even I would say even close to puberty. I mean, kids, their conception of gender is so malleable, developmentally speaking. It's just not, it makes me question, I mean, do you wonder why would a teacher feel that this is so important to teach a child? And if they are, so I don't really want to get too much into Florida's parental rights bill, but the outrage around that. Pardon?
Just the don't say gay bill. Yeah.
God, he had to get it in. I knew it. As soon as she said parental rights, I was like, when is he gonna say don't say gay? And he didn't even wait for her to finish the fucking sentence. He's just don't say gay. Don't say gay. I'm sorry, what was that? Oh yeah, it's the don't say gay bill, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, well it is, but it's not actually that though. One, it's not about not saying gay, and two, gay's not in the fucking bill.
Yeah, I was making sure that I had the same one.
Right, that's what it's being called by some people, but
it does prevent you from talking about sexuality, of which gay is one. Yeah.
Right, but it's about teachers teaching this in their curriculum for kids, kindergarten to grade 3, and for precluding parents from those discussions. That's what the bill is. You can say gay. There's nothing about this thing. There's nothing about saying gay. You can say gay all you want. It's about specifically teaching kids these ideas. So why are these educators so upset that they can't do that?
So
Why is that so important?
Well, first of all, the Don't Say Gay bill is borderline unconstitutional. It's restriction of First Amendment educational rights. So I feel like this isn't really just like a woke.
Yeah, I fucking love this shit. It's just, he's so outraged about the rights violations.
If I can't teach your kids about my sexuality, then you're ruining my First Amendment rights.
It's like teachers don't have like First Amendment rights over what they teach to students. That's not really how that works at all. And you know, under like obviously this is some state bullshit too, and ultimately, like if we're gonna have like privatized schooling, you best fucking believe that the parents are gonna dictate what the fuck gets taught to their kids.
Local left thing, like there's a reason the entire Democratic Party has condemned it as well. It's you know, not particularly. It's not just, so first of all, it prohibits in curriculum you know, the instruction of anything pertaining to sexuality or gender, but there isn't a very strong legal definition for curriculum as opposed to just classroom discussion. And from the way the Libs of TikTok Twitter account and all of its subsidiaries are acting, it seems like just bringing up the existence of gay or trans people constitutes political grooming to a lot of these types. And then you
well, why would you bring it up in a class that's not about any of that shit? Like that's the thing, is like it's not appropriate to bring up to a second grader.
Yeah, I mean,
that's not fucking complicated.
No, it's not complicated at all. And if you read the actual bill, it's nothing like these people are describing it.
No.
You have the fact that all
I just want to say for Libs of
subsequent
TikTok,
discussion has to
because I know that you've mentioned them a couple times in this conversation, that I don't want to speak for them. I know. I don't want to speak for them because I don't know them and I don't know what their intentions are. So I think it's just fair to say that much, right? We don't know. We can't really attribute motive to them because we don't know.
Well, we know they're a far-right political operative whose goal seems to be to paint a bunch of trans and gay and gender non-conforming people who work in education as groomers, in spite of, for the vast majority of the people they outline, of course, there's no actual evidence of any grooming taking place. It seems like a very cheap and cynical politicization of the word, personally. Anyway, to speak to the broader point here, the issue that if
you're teaching kids nonsensical ideas about gender and sexuality with the goal of making them woke, is that not a form? It may not be sexual grooming, but is that not political grooming?
There's no such thing as political grooming. Political perspectives inform our biases everywhere we go at all times, and they have in education forever.
There's no such thing as political grooming. You can't take easily impressionable children, and you are in a position of power over them, and apparently it's impossible for you to then, you know, abuse that position of power to teach them. Are you kidding? Do you know how the American education system fucking works? Like, are you kidding me right now?
Is utterly just in denial of things that are right in front of him. And then not only that, and then he will then turn around and say it's a good thing. At the same time, he will again deny the existence of something that he is actively affirming wholeheartedly.
I don't think it's been in education forever. I don't think all teachers have always been political and always imposing their politics on kids with the goal of turning those children in the same direction that they're in.
With respect, that's a very ahistorical perspective. The curriculum of the United States, the educational curriculum, has always been informed by people who are making a deliberate effort to instill certain values, whether it be patriotism, whether it be subservience to the state, whether the curriculum be oriented around making people good factory workers or service workers. There's always been a political bias, and the political...
Exactly, and that's why the state shouldn't be involved in the education at all.
But then political grooming does not exist. Like
he did. Yeah, it's also a stupid thing to say. After claiming that political grooming doesn't exist, he turns around and says
that's the weird part, is it's like, oh, it's always been politically like coded or politically charged, but that's an affirmation that it doesn't exist, or that it not only exists, it exists to such a pervasive degree that maybe we shouldn't allow the fucking state to educate our kids, buddy. Come on.
God.
Or progressive.
This is the supposed fucking, like, you know, the communist, like the socialist left libertarian guy, and you can't see the fucking like, oh fucking hell, brother.
Yeah, it's bad.
Nations of the time have always had an influence as well. Obviously, people were getting these same accusations back in the 1960s. And likewise, you were getting a lot of this back in the 1920s as well with the suffragette movement, when there were political activists who also happened to work as educators. There was this renewed fear mongering about them being, they're trying to indoctrinate young boys to be submissive to females, or whatever nonsense they would say back then.
But do you not think there are some teachers who would go into teaching saying, my politics, it's not my place to put my politics on my students? Is that not an admirable way to go about teaching? If your students don't know what your political, but I don't think it should matter about someone's politics. I think regardless of left or right, you shouldn't be imposing those. If those aren't your children,
racial equality.
But that's not is that a political value?
That is absolutely a political position. Yeah, 100%. See, this is the problem that I have. You claim you don't like politics in X or Y, but you only label politics the current zeitgeist, the current culture or discourse, and everything prior to that.
Oh my God, he said zeitgeist. He's retarded.
Politics anymore.
He said it. He said it. He's officially a fucking neckbeard.
Yeah, he likes to make sure that everybody knows he knows all the big ones.
He said zeitgeist. He's a neckbeard.
That's not true. Racial equality they literally had to send the National Guard in to protect the Little Rock Nine when they were being integrated in what was it, Alabama?
Well, that was forced integration. That's not racial equality. That's a little bit different. But it's the what was it? The Act of 1964. What the heck was it called? Anyways, that one progressive bill that basically not only ended segregation, but it was forced integration, which is a slightly different thing. And it's something that I don't really personally agree with, right? If like some racist wants to be a racist and have his racist restaurant or store or some shit like that, and he wants it segregated, or he wants not to have any Latinos in there, I'm fine. I'm not going to go to that place. Whatever. It's not really that big of a deal for me. I don't want to give money to a dude who doesn't want Latinos in his store. So I just it's a whole different conversation to have talking about forced integration and opposition to forced integration versus what was before, which was state enforced segregation, which is also something to be opposed. You can oppose state.
Oh yeah.
You can oppose state imposed. You can oppose state imposed segregation. Yeah, that's what I want to say. Without having to advocate for forced integration, which
right.
It's like, I don't know. It seems like a bad idea, right? To just like bring minorities around people who don't want them there. That's not to say that and we should just give those minorities opportunities as well, and not just make all the opportunities for the racial majority. But those are two different conversations that could be had completely separate from one another.
This was just 2 generations ago. We are not far off from the idea of racial equality being taught in class being a legitimately politically subversive idea.
I feel we should have another discussion about the topic of race, because that's a whole other thing, and we are over time right now. But I appreciate I appreciate you with your perspectives, and there's so much more I think that we could obviously talk about. But do you want to share any final thoughts with my audience before we say goodbye?
Yeah, I guess to cap off that point, I guess I just want to say that like where we invest our energy is very important, and as any person interested in sort of scientific and rational consistency would adhere to, you need to follow where the data goes. And right now the data of there being some grooming epidemic in schools, well, hold on, that's actually a problem, but it has nothing to do with woke anything. That's just a problem with teachers. The 2 big places where child grooming happens is in the home and in the church, but Republicans want to focus on the school, and coincidentally only on the
Do you think it's happening in the school at all? Would you acknowledge it's happening at all?
Of course, but actually child sexual predation has been going down over time as wokeness levels rise. I just don't think there's a correlation. I don't think that I'd
need to see that study.
In terms of sexual predation over time. Oh yeah, it used to be way more common than it is now.
With wokeness? I can tell if you were being facetious.
I just mean that progressivism, we've only gotten more progressive with time on social issues here in the States, but the amount of child predation that's been reported has been going down ever since we started tracking stuff like that. And I
Reported.
think
The amount of child
20th
predation that's
century,
been
like the reported
reported
instances of
has
child
gone
abuse
down.
have
That
gone
does
down and
not
down.
mean. Oh my God, this guy pisses me off. It does not mean that the amount has actually gone down. It means that the reporting has gone down. The reporting.
Not only that, it's like, but the thing is that grooming in the context of what like Lindsay discusses, like educational grooming that is done by teachers, it's not just about grooming for sexual predation. It's also just ideological grooming, the political grooming that he says just flat out doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist, which is complete bullshit.
But then
when I was in high
at the same
school-
time, he will then, once pushed on it, say that it actually rightfully does belong in the classroom, like he was trying to make the case for with racial equality, right? Where he's trying to make the case that well it doesn't exist, but in the instances where it does exist, it should exist. It's right, actually.
for the stuff that I agree with, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it happened, dude. When I was in high school, I had, it wasn't my English teacher, but it was a English teacher that we talked to a lot, just because a lot of my friends had her. So I was around her a lot, and like, dude, the amount of ideology that she impressed on her students, like just listening to her have conversations with people,
Oh yeah.
and listening to the stuff they talked about that she taught in her classrooms, the amount of ideology that she impressed on her students is insane. Like, I mean, she was like kind of a crazy person. Like she God, what the fuck was it that she said? Oh my God. She made a big deal about the car that I was driving in high school and how it didn't seem right that that I was driving it, because what kind of progressive would that make? I mean, she just assumed a lot of things too. It was really interesting. The crowd that I hung out with in high school was a pretty diverse group of people, so to speak. And yeah, so she just kind of assumed that I was right along with him, which happens a lot. I mean, given the way that I dress and stuff, it happens all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I
people
was
just
a
kind of
fucking
assume
punk
that I'm-
rocker in high school and hung out with all the
Yeah.
punks. And like now, I'm a vegan cook. My job is is vegan restaurants, and that's my chosen like career path. And so everybody around me just kind of assumes that I'm like a progressive and like
Yeah.
and just a general lefty and stuff. Everybody's got their little like on their fucking portable water bottles, the fucking with the hydro flasks and all that shit. They got like the stickers on them, and there's like the my body my
Yeah.
choice, and like somebody their backpack's got like the fucking pro-choice thing on. And I just wonder, if like what would be the reaction, or it would just be considered normal if I would be like fetus rights or human rights sticker like on my helmet for my bicycle, when I come into work. If I just rolled in with that like slapped onto my head, what the reaction to
they'd
that would be.
shocked. Yeah,
And but the thing is, it's like, but then like, but what could they? Like, honestly, like the thing is, the only reason why I don't do it is because I genuinely enjoy my place of work, and I don't want to turn it like the people hostile against me. And I don't want to, because the thing is, it could be a legal concern in that, like, if they make it into such an uncomfortable work environment, then I could legally argue for damages of, like doing that and the subsequent fallout and all that. But I don't want to, because I enjoy that restaurant and I enjoy working there. I think the restaurant's good and all that. And I even, even like some of those pro-lifer people just as general people go. So, I'm not going to like purposely poke the bear just to make a point, but I could, right? I could slap a pro-life sticker on my helmet, stroll through work, receive backlash for it, because I don't think that anybody's gonna not fucking comment on it. Like, I don't think that it's just gonna go completely unnoticed. And then once they do, it's like, hello, we have two of my bosses both have pro-life stickers or pro-life patches on memorabilia on their personal items. And so how the fuck could you argue that I do not, like, that I have doing anything. Like I have no right, or that anybody has any right to speak up to me about an ideologically aligned sticker that I choose to put on my helmet when I roll into work. And I could very easily like make a case for damages of like unfair work environment or hostile work environment, that sort of thing, based off of double standards, all that sort of business. But I won't, because I don't want to be that guy. I'd rather just go to work and do my job and then go home, because I enjoy my work, I enjoy my job, and I don't want to make it about fucking making a political point. But the fact of the matter is, I could, and it would not be so just. If I rolled in with that sticker, I don't think it would just go unsaid. I don't think it would just go unnoticed.
Most likely not.
Down in large part because our society is more integrated with the internet. People have easier access to info that can let them know if abuse is taking place. Stuff like Me Too, it sounds silly, but it does actually get people sort of invested in the mindset that they should report if abuse is happening, and that's good. The less child abuse is happening, the better, but I strongly disagree with this cynical weaponization of the term grooming. Grooming is a serious thing to do, and it's being applied to like teachers
I feel it's
who are
no
doing
different from
cringy
Nazis.
dances.
But go ahead. I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead.
Well, if they were calling all these teachers Nazis, I would disagree with that too. But like, there are people getting called groomer. Some teacher lost his job because he said, like, to any trans kids who were rejected by your parents, "I love you." The idea of a teacher saying, "I love my students,"
I think he said, like, "I'm your parent now," right? Isn't that the same guy?
Oh yeah. The idea that that's
appropriate.
I don't think there's anything remotely
inappropriate. Do you
understand?
About that. Could you see why parents?
Wildly inappropriate.
Yeah. That's just amazing.
This might be uncomfortable at that.
I don't
this
care.
This is one specific case. So I'm saying more broad. This is one case we're talking about, but I think is indicative of something larger that's happening.
The comfort of the parents is not a determining factor in the validity of an educational protocol. If we defer to that, then we'd have Christian fundamentalists suing every school district in America every time.
Oh no, not the Christian fundamentalists.
Right? Parents have a right to determine the education of their children. When they're at home, when they're at a public school, it is up to the institution of the public school. And I think that's a fair and fine thing. Because, regardless of, how many TikToks of woke teachers or whatever, for the most part, public education, it does a consistent. I can't say good because American education sucks. So I keep trying to say good, but it's not. It does a bad but nonetheless consistent job of instilling very certain educational premises. The idea that everyone's walking out of public education being some sort of woke bot is not true. If you actually care about your students, or your kids being woke, you want to get them off the internet. The internet is full of access points to very progressive spaces. You could just isolate them and like homeschool them, I guess. But the world is getting more progressive. I think this is a good thing that should be celebrated, even if it leads sometimes to cringy teachers doing like TikTok dances while talking about how they're teaching their second grade students how the gender binary is fake. Like, okay, like, do I think that's like appropriate for second graders? I don't know if inappropriate's the word I use. More like stupid.
He can't say no.
No, exactly.
For me, it should be like, if you're talking with kids, it's like, oh yeah, sometimes people are straight, sometimes they're not. Oh yeah, sometimes people are.
Why would you bring it up?
They're born as boys. They stay.
Why would you bring it up? Yeah.
But that's the problem, because it's teaching kids now. Like, we see the lawsuits that are happening, right, where there are girls who are transitioning behind their parents' back. The parents don't know, and in some cases, these kids are attempting suicide, and the parents were completely kept out of the equation. So that to me is where my concern is coming from.
Wait, what does that have to do? Who's being sued there?
The school boards are being sued.
What do they do? If the kids
they fucking didn't tell the fucking parents about it, and they continue to affirm medical care onto them.
The teachers were withheld the information from the parents, and in some cases,
am I getting a pattern here? Is this another thing that he does when he gets confronted with like stuff he doesn't like or want to acknowledge? He acts like dense.
Yeah,
like he doesn't fucking understand what's being said.
It's confusing to me.
He plays stupid.
Yeah. He tends to be confused by very simple concepts.
They're the ones coaching the kids to take on these identities. Anyway, if you want to come back on another time, I'll have you back on. Happy to do
Sure,
that.
yeah, I'm sorry. We keep running over. My apologies.
We're coming
I just
up
have
to
to ask,
how
though,
many 2 hours,
last
I think.
thing.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
last thing, I swear to God. No. Would you say the same thing if like a kid disclosed they were gay, like they had homophobic parents and they told a teacher like, hey, I think I'm gay, but I can't tell my parents because my parents would beat the shit out of me. And the teacher's like, oh, that's okay. You live your life, you know? And then later that kid like attempted suicide because of social pressure and the school district got sued by the parents. Like, do you think that'd be a legit lawsuit? Like, is that grooming or is that just...
So I've thought about that, and I think in that case, the teacher who's being told that the child is in an abusive situation should report that to the authorities. I don't think it should be the teachers. I don't think it's appropriate for the teacher to be the one keeping secrets with the child in any or having a special relationship with the child. That to me is a huge red flag. Whether or not someone has the intention of it being a sexual relationship, it could become a step down that way, or it could maybe not. But I just don't think it's appropriate for people in positions of power to be having secrets with children. Do you agree?
Well, not really. I mean, when I was...
Dude, what, like, come, hello? How obvious is that? Is that if you have a person with power over a child, you can't then say that it's appropriate for that person with power to ask the child to keep his secret, like keep secrets with him. Can you not see how that could be used poorly?
Oh. No, that's conspiratorial.
Oh, dude.
In school, you know, I didn't even know I was gay back then, but like good teachers can be like another like calming authority figure in your life. You spend a whole year with them when you're young, and if there's like advice they have, you know, don't get me wrong, the secret relationship is kind of a loaded term. Like, we're talking a wide range here. If a kid discloses something, you know, if there's no avenue to report to the police abuse, I mean, if you report it to the police, then what? Like, they show up at the house and it gets made public and the kid gets beaten within an inch of their life after the police find that there's nothing they can officially charge the parents with because there's no evidence for, like, yeah, I don't know. Like,
Well, I
it
mean,
seems
but
like
that's
that'd
an
be a lot of way to get
extreme.
people hurt.
That's an extreme. I think it should at least be. I mean, if you want to talk about what should be done in that case, I just don't think there are situations, and I think most adults who are put in that position probably would be uncomfortable to say, I don't feel right that a child's telling me something and I have to keep this a secret. They should want to at least, I think, put if they are concerned about the child's well-being, to put some sort of precautionary measures into
Sometimes
place,
just having
right?
a person to disclose to can be hugely beneficial for the suicidality of queer youth, you know, like the feeling they don't have to keep it hidden from absolutely everyone if they know they have a supportive teacher. I just don't think that leads to like parents will
I
groom
just
their
think there's a
kids
potential
too,
there
so
for it
it's
to be abused, right? There is a potential there for it to be abused.
true,
If
but
we're
any
normalizing
standard,
the secrets between teachers and kids
well,
from
any
keeping it from their
standard
parents.
where any relationship between like people in a position of power and children can be harmful would include parents, right? I mean, parents, I'm
True.
pretty sure the household's the number one grooming central, grooming station, you know, 8 lines on that on that union station. So it just seems like a sort of weird imbalance, especially since the only thing this is getting focused on is queer issues. Like, it at the end of the day, look, if a kid is transitioning or like thinks they're a boy or a girl, you know, whatever, and they don't feel comfortable telling their parents, the abuser, as far as I'm concerned, is the parents. Any environment in which a child can't even voice concerns like that or like questions or interests with their parents, talk it out, is one in which that, as far as I'm concerned, that child's already being abused. The teacher being disclosed to in that case is just probably a modicum of relief for the student, that they don't have to hide everything from everyone. But I'll take a look at the details of the lawsuit. It just seems to me like a lot of this is misdirected anger at trans people trying to be weaponized against institutions that can be sued, because you can't sue every trans kid.
There have been multiple lawsuits. Can I just say before we say goodbye, I just ask for
Mhm.
people listening who may not be familiar with my work to please read The End of Gender. You can get it free on Audible. The audiobook is read by me, so that you know what my positions are. I feel that much of the criticism I get is people who have not read my book, have not read my work. It's based on things that other people have said about me, which in many cases are not true or are not accurate reflections of my opinions on these issues. So I just ask that, and I really thank you for coming on my podcast. I feel like there's something more you want to say.
There's always something more I want to say. Don't tell me that. Don't give me permission. I appreciate you having me on. Seriously, it's been a good time. Sorry for running over.
That's all right. All right. Well, thank you so much. So we talked about, I'm going to be releasing this in a few days, and all right. Take care.
Take care. Have a wonderful time. A wonderful day. Jeez. Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
God, he's such a douchebag.
Oh my god, just insufferable.
Yeah, so you can see how just really ill-equipped he was to have this conversation, and how bad he was at actually responding to whenever she was trying to tack down a legitimate point and a legitimate sticking point that could obviously be seen as shaky ground for him. It was immediately like backpedaling into some weasel words, into doubt, into all sorts of different tactics, and it's just funny because she wasn't really having it, and could easily call it out where it was happening.
Yeah, no, she was very good about that.
Yeah, and she's not the stereotypical like right-wing boogeyman too, so he can't like lord over those stereotypes to his audience to obfuscate her positions, and yeah, it was funny to see him like be in the point where she brought up her own deplatforming and cancellation, that he didn't even clock that she was making reference to herself, and like went on this whole fucking rant about how they're fucking fakes and charlatans and shit, and you know, going off about Jordan Peterson and shit. Somebody again who's she's had a conversation with, I'm sure. It was pretty funny. But yeah, there was I think I want us to see bad. I think I want us to see the other one that was, I gotta look up her name because I forgot her. It's like Authentic Observer, I want to say is the YouTube channel, and her response to him, well, her response to his response to her video on, so she made the, like I said, she made the video on the masculinization of femininity, and how the demonization of the strength of traditional femininity, and this whole and how that's happening with like even the newer like Disney movies, even like the classic like princess movies, like I forget, it was the newest Cinderella or some shit that took place, and a couple of others. And so he made a video criticizing her on that, and it was like nearly an hour long, but I think he only got through like 10 minutes of her video, and then he didn't even get through the rest of it, and she absolutely fucking tears him a new one. Like, so it was just one of the old school, you know, those old school like fucking like debate dunking videos that they would do like in the atheist days and shit. It's like one of those, but like actually well done. And yeah, she slaps the shit out of him, and it's a good time. But I think that's all we got today. It's super late for you, and I am wicked tired because I just came like right from the gym just to eat a little bit, and then popped right onto the podcast. So yeah, I want to go stretch out and fucking chill for a bit before I go to bed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What'd you think of the debate and of the whole ordeal?
I mean, I honestly like.
Yeah, I mean, it went as expected.
She's got the patience of a saint to even put up with that guy, because holy shit.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't have been able to do it. I'm sorry. I wouldn't have been able to put it up with it. No, she was yeah, very good.
She's a very like moderated in temperament, and as you can appreciate that.
Yeah, because I'm not one of those people. Somebody starts being dishonest like that, I'm gonna tell them to go fuck themselves.
Yeah, you and I both are not known for being mild-mannered, at least not in our online personas.
Nah, I just don't have patience for shit like that.
No. All right, well, yeah, to any viewers, anybody watching, thanks for sticking it out and checking us out, and we'll be back next week with another batch of shit to talk about, I'm sure.